Hey, good evening, everybody in the chat room and watching so far. The day today is the 8th today? The 8th of August, 2017. Tonight's discussion is going to be about the eclipse. So far, because we're waiting for Dave Marsh, Dan Smith, Mike Helmick and Dee to join us, so they'll be joining as the night goes on. But so far with us today, we have Chris from Canada, from America, Ceres from Holland. We've got Anthony Riley from the UK, Patricia from the UK, and me from the UK. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Greetings.
Silence there. Anyway, we are waiting for a few people to come on. So we thought we'd start with Anthony and Anthony's day today. Anthony, do you want to explain what's been happening to you today?
All right. Well, it started off the day with a video. And this video was based on the eclipse. Now, essentially, the eclipse is not really going to happen in the UK. But there are places that we can see the eclipse from in the UK, but we're not being told that by our mainstream media. We're being told by our media that you need to be in North America to see it, which is quite true, of course. But we're not being told that you can see it if you're on the western coast of England. We're being told that you need to be in North America, which by omission indicates that we are not going to see it, which of course is not the case as per their model. So I've been checking this out with a couple of trusted friends, and I went public with a video this morning challenging Selleye Sparkane, because the position is Selleye is a big protagonist in favor of the heliocentric model. I don't necessarily, or in fact, I don't believe or accept that the sun is 93 million miles away, but we've never had the ability to be able to verify or check the scientific model. We're unable to calculate it ourselves other than basic trigonometry, but we don't know how big the sun is, so we can't really calculate it. So we're kind of in a bad position because we don't really have any ability to go against the heliocentric model to verify it or to prove it right or wrong. But I was checking with one of my friends, my trusted friends, and it would appear that we can see this moon according to three sources of their model. One is Stellarium, and there's two other ones, and I can't remember what they're called. But I've documented it on my channel today and yesterday. Now, the problem is their own model predicts that we can not only see the eclipse, that we see enough of it to be able to verify whether the sun is close or far. Now, the sun is on their model is obviously 93 million miles away, but it doesn't look that far away, and all the evidence indicates that it's close. So that in itself should make people challenge and question whether or not the sun is indeed 93 million miles away. But it dawned on me that if the moon is 220,000 or 240,000 miles away, England is only 3,500 miles away from Central America, roughly, give or take a bit. So when you start putting the numbers into a basic common sense approach, 3,500 miles away from North America against 220,000 or 240,000 miles of the moon, that's not a lot of distance relative to the moon. And when you consider that the sun is 93 million miles away, that tells you that parallax should mean that we should see it, and we do. We see it as per their model. So I challenged Selleye, and Selleye, because he's one of the biggest protagonists that I know, and he likes to ridicule flat earthers. I challenged him because I know that sun is not 93 million miles away. But this eclipse gives us the ability to check the parallax that they tell us exists that we can never check before. So I challenged Selleye and I said, look, these are the rules. The rules are clear. We can now test for the first time in 100 years, if you believe how often these eclipses occur, we can now test to see the parallax that they claim by your model we can see. I asked him, would he be prepared to surrender his channel if I agreed to surrender mine, if we did not get the evidence that his model dictates that we must. Their model by Kara from Earth Discussions 2.0 is, quote, very, what's the word she uses? It's not predictable. It's very, I can't even remember the word that she uses, but Kara claims it as very, what's the word? Where it's self-evident and it doesn't need any explanation.
You
I can't
said
remember what the word is. It doesn't matter.
Intuition?
Yeah, intuitive. That's the word she uses. It's very intuitive. And I cite that because she does it with such a patronizing, condescending tone when she does it, that it sticks in my head. Every time there's anything to do with the heliocentric model, I always apply that dictum by Kara from Earth Discussions 2.0. It's very intuitive. That means it's that obvious it doesn't need explanation. But if it is that obvious, then you would expect all the ball earthers to stand by their model when it makes a prediction because of its intuitiveness. So the burden is on Selleye to accept that his model makes these certain predictions. Now, I asked him, would he surrender his channel if the evidence did not materialize the way his model predicts? Because the only interpretation that you can conclude based on their model is that the sun is not 93 million miles away. Now, I heard today that there was a possible scenario where there may be some kind of red dwarf thing to do with Nibiru, but that's not mentioned in their model. So we can't accept that as a possibility because their model doesn't allow for it in the first place. But Selleye refused to accept the offer unless I provided a counter argument for what might explain the situation if we don't get the evidence that's required. But I don't need to provide an alternative. We're not testing a flat Earth model. We're testing the heliocentric model because it's the heliocentric model that's making the claims. So we're testing and we're verifying the parallax caused by the moon of the sun. And if it is 93 million miles away, we will be able to collect evidence as per their predictions and prove the parallax. If the evidence doesn't materialize, then that sun is not 93 million miles away. And I've asked him to concede that point. In other words, concede heliocentricity. Now, the guy that did it for me, that modeled it on Stellarium and a few other bits and pieces, a guy called Geostrieber and a second ball earther called Hillel Finder, both conceded that if we didn't get the evidence, they would concede 93 million mile sun. They've both agreed to it because they've got courage in their conviction. They realize that they've got to stand up to scrutiny on their own model. Selleye wouldn't do it unless I gave a counter allegation or a counter claim. But I'm not the one that's making the assertion. The assertion is that the Earth and the Sun and the Moon are all going to form a line, creating an eclipse, and we all know the distances involved. And their model predicts that we will get a certain level of moon eclipse in the sun from the west coast of England. I'm challenging Selleye that we don't get it. It's not going to happen. Something else might happen. Maybe, maybe not. But we definitely won't get it the way their model says because we are right on the edge of the penumbra. And even if they've scaled the model up from a position that was smaller than what it was originally, that's going to change the amount of penumbra. So my position is this. I will surrender my channel to Selleye Sparkane if we get the evidence that their model dictates that we must. However, if we don't get that evidence, Selleye's got to surrender his because it's black and white. We'll either get the evidence and it'll match pretty much exactly. It doesn't have to be mega perfect, but as long as it's close enough in terms of the orientation and the amount that's cut off, if it's similar, I'll concede that he's accurate and correct and therefore gets my channel. But if it doesn't do what their model says, or indeed does something different, then their model's wrong. So he has to hand over the keys to me. So that's what I've been doing this morning. And it's essentially a $1 million question for me because I don't see an explanation on a flat Earth model for how the sun could create such a level of parallax that we are going to get the opportunity to observe on the 21st. I don't see any explanation for it on a flat Earth model. In other words, it has to go the way they say. Otherwise, it isn't a ball at 93 million miles. So I've not had the chance to cross-reference my suggestions with anybody on the ball Earth or on the flat Earth model. So at this point, I just want to throw it out to the panel and just see what people's views are. Is it possible that we can get the parallax that their model claims that they will get if the sun's not 93 million miles away? Because if they scaled it up or scaled it down to make it look like it's going to do the same thing, that'll have a direct effect on the size of the penumbra. And England is right on the edge of it. So it's kind of, for me, it's kind of a boom or bust. The flat Earth model, if whatever that model may be, it can't allow for a 93 million mile sun. So if the evidence does come in favor of heliocentricity, for me, that proves that the sun has to be very, very, very far away compared to the local moon, because on any flat Earth model, I can't see how that could be explained. So I know what I'll do now. I'll put myself on mute for a minute, and maybe if we could just have views and first thoughts from the panel, maybe we could just brainstorm the idea, because I can't see how a distant sun could work on a flat Earth model.
Thomas, what do you reckon then? Thomas?
Well, I do know one thing. We can do basic math tests. Can't we triangulate the height of both objects, the sun and the moon? We should be able to do that just by, what the hell, how would I do that? I don't know. I had that formulated at one time. I don't remember. I should have spoke. Sorry.
I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. Brandon Cook in chat's just put, for me, the debate is over. I agree. And it's that courage in my conviction that I agree that the debate is over that would make me do this. But I also concede that if the evidence is there, this is the one and only occasion where we can actually measure the level of parallax on a scale. It's not just 93 million miles, it's the scale that's involved. So it may be that it's not 93 million miles away, but they've upscaled it to make it work. But even if they did upscale it, that would directly affect the size of the penumbra. So we're not just testing the distance to the scale distance to the sun. We're also testing the size of the penumbra on the heliocentric model. So it's an absolute golden opportunity for heliocentrists to prove their model correct, but also for flat earthers to prove that the heliocentric model is not correct, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's in all the models I've tried to do and replicate, because I'm trying to do both, right? Replicate both the globe model to ensure that it works according to their numbers, and also then take where those errors are and apply them reverse to the flat model to say, okay, you know, how far down do you have to scale it to still maintain the same observations and so forth. So, and it depends on the, you know, there's on the flat model, there's quite a few variables, but it's not too hard to do the penumbra. It also depends on the type of light source, whether you're going to do it with a point source and or the refracting medium, and the actual topology of the refracting medium, whether it's a perfect sphere or a arc dome, that type of thing. So I'm working on that part of it. But I agree that the globe model at that distance simply doesn't work according to the basic laws of physics and refraction. And it's what happened was, I think, historically, under the geodetic system, where they set basically everything to a point in time into the year 1900 under geodesy, when, you know, Newton and Einstein all came into the picture. They used a fictional point of gravity and a fictional, basically be a fictional derivative of gravitational velocity in time and mass. And then when they did that, they took that number and applied it to everything else. So what happens is you end up scaling up the sun and scaling up Jupiter and everything else way beyond what they really are in reality, because you've taken the gravitational constant of a smaller object and applied it to everything else equally, right? So the masses just go way out to lunch and the distances go way out to lunch in order to maintain what they think is a theoretical gravitational constant that has never been proven. So you're right, this is definitely a point in time in history when the heliocentrists have an opportunity to prove that, you know, what they're saying and what their foundation is, which I concur. There is no foundation, scientifically speaking, for the globe model that it actually works, period, right? Even when I start at the core with hot iron that doesn't hold a magnetic field and work my way out right from the atomic level up, right? It doesn't work. So this is going to be an interesting time.
And it's also stupid, isn't it, Chris? Because we were saying just before we came on that they've only drilled 12 miles down.
Yeah, there's absolutely no evidence that supports the, you know, the core model that the whole thing is built on. The gravitational constant doesn't work. It can't hold a magnetic field if it's hot iron, because it loses its permeability above its Curie temperature. You know, the velocities don't work. You know, it's a closed
Yeah, just hold a blowtorch onto a magnet and you'll see that magnet's trash after you heat it up. It's no longer a magnet.
It's no longer a magnet. I mean, exactly. So there's no foundation upon which the entire model is based, as far as I'm concerned. But this Eclipse thing is definitely, what I would deem as just another nail in the coffin. If the penumbra doesn't work out the way Anthony's saying, then it's just one fault after another.
Chris,
Here's an idea. I got an idea here. How many time zones does the sun cover in its radiation?
12.
How many time zones? 12?
Well,
Okay.
it covers 50% or 180 degrees of 24 hours, so 12 hours of zone. Yeah.
Okay, so if we divide that 12, and if we can we set up like using a protractor from where I'm standing, say, and measure like 180 degrees would be the sunrise, or what I perceive as sunrise, and 0 degrees would be sunset. So at exactly midday, for 90 degrees, the sun should be over my head. Well, what I'm getting at here is once that sun reaches the 45-degree angle, when you can get out your little tool and your protractor and measure it, and you can see that the sun's at a 45-degree angle, then you know that wherever that sun is located at, that the base and the height, or when you have that base, let's say A squared versus B squared equals C squared is what I'm getting at here, is when you already know that 45-degree angle is there, that means your base and your height have to be the exact same number. Otherwise, it's not a 45-degree angle. That alone cuts out the idea that the sun's 93 million miles away. Because how can you get 45-degree angles? I mean, where's your 93 million mile base? You don't have one. Because you got that 45-degree angle, and the only way you can have a 45-degree angle, the height and the base have to be the exact same length.
Chris,
That disproves that whole 93. I mean, do you guys see where I'm coming from, or am I not explaining it correctly?
Yeah, I agree. You can, with a sextant, you can approximate, to the actual point in the sky, so to speak, where the sun appears to you as an observer on the ground, and it is an approximation of your latitude and so forth. Right,
Okay,
but there's no way to triangulate that to an object beyond where it appears in the dome sky or firmament or refractive index.
Could we go to the equator? I'm not saying literally, but if we go to the equator and I stand at the area of what would straight up would be New York. So I'm on the equator, but let's say I'm where New York is. And you're out right around Utah, let's say, for about, I don't know, what's the whole distance to the United States is 2,800 miles. That would be 4 time zones. And you could do this on the equator. If I'm at one point and you're at another point and you tell me, okay, the sun is directly 90 degrees above me. And so I can look and I can check with my stuff that it's at exactly 45 degrees from me. Then all you got to do is figure out the base, how much distance is between me and you. Then that should tell you the height. That's basic Pythagorean's a squared plus b squared equals c squared, right angle triangle. I mean, it seems logical. Maybe I'm thinking wrong or something. You guys don't seem too excited about that idea.
The readings would tell you the height of the actual refractive index of the medium that you're in. So you'll measure the boundary layer of the sky itself. So you'll end up with numbers, roughly 60 miles or whatever.
Equator, like say during spring and fall, that's when the sun's at the equator. That means at some point during the day, you should be able to get that sun directly 90 degrees above your head at one point in a day. If I'm standing far enough away that I can measure a 45-degree angle, that tells you that sun cannot be no higher than 3,000 to 5,000 miles at best. Because I know it lowers down in the winter and it goes higher up in the summer, which also doesn't make sense to me. I never understood that. If the sun's lower in the winter, how come it's not hot? If the sun's higher in the summer, see, that doesn't make sense to me. I'm seeing a problem there also.
Who's going to answer that then?
Go ahead, Anthony. You were going to say something.
In essence, I agree. I don't have any problem with that. But when you try and argue that to a ball earther, I don't know what their argument back would be other than you lunatic. They would they would dismiss it with ridicule rather than challenge it with substance.
I've made a meme with 2 photos from somebody. I got one was made in East America, and the other one was made in Australia. And both saw the moon in the sky, one in the day, one in the night. And when you actually took the ball, you couldn't see both positions in the view of the main ball. So far, to see the moon, they had to see it on the edge of the horizon, but they saw it both at least 20 to 30 degrees upwards in the sky. And the only way to have that particular angle is from a flat plane, to see the same moon in practically the other side of the ball.
See, this is where, when we talk about the moon, this is where I don't mean to interrupt, but I want to also ask the obvious question. Is there any way we can verify that it is actually the moon that's causing this eclipse? Because it appears to be black on the approach.
Yeah, I don't believe. That's what I was going to say. I want people to pay attention to that, because I bet you the moon's going to be someplace completely different. And if we know the Earth's flat, and I'm looking at this eclipse of the sun over here, and I'm looking to my left, and I see the moon, I know it's not the moon causing the eclipse.
Well, listen, I noticed that Cat's Eyes is just saying in chat right now that she's in Australia. So what I would ask Cat's Eyes is, when this eclipse is meant to be happening, so depending on whereabouts in Australia she is, where is she? I saw her saying it a minute ago. Victoria. So she's in Victoria, so I believe that she's going to be 13 hours behind us, or is it 11? I can't remember, but we're going to be getting it around about 8 o'clock at night. So Cats is going to get it either at 6 in the morning or 4 in the morning. It'd be really cool if Cats could get out of bed and look across her horizon, east to west, and see, can she see the moon? Because I've got a feeling that the moon, I agree, the moon's going to appear elsewhere, but we're all looking in the one direction, which is generally going to be towards America.
Oh, wait a minute. I just thought of something. You know how they're going to explain the moon being in a different place? They're going to, what do they call it, Celine Dion? Or no, it's a special kind of eclipse, and I can't remember the name of it.
Chris couldn't say it. Chris, what's that word?
It's a Senna-Leon, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Or Selena Leon, yeah. Selena Leon, yeah.
So what does that mean?
That's how they always justify. That's why the moon's way over here, and it's still, performing. It's still blocking the light of the sun, even though the sun's in a completely different spot of it. It's craziness. But tomorrow, or not tomorrow, on the 21st, that's going to be a proving day. You'll see the Globers. They'll be quiet that day. Not that they won't come back 2 days later and fight with us some more. But they're going to be real quiet that day, because they can't back up anything that their school books tell them. And you got to remember, these people, they're not generally researchers. Most of these guys are just, flat earthers are dumb. Let me go troll these guys and show them how smart I am, because that's how I found flat earth. I was the exact same way. As soon as this guy started talking about flat earth, I'm like, first of all, I'm very educated. I've been to college, the whole 9 yards. You're not, why would you believe some lunatic stuff like this? That's why I investigated it in the first place, because I was so curious what could possibly be going through this man's mind. Because I majored in psychology at one point in my college. So I'm like, what's going on in this guy's brain? He's obviously touched. Let me see what's going on here. And I just got to investigating, and wow, that guy shut me down quick.
Well, I mean, I don't know what this description of the moon was, but maybe someone could tell us what's the explanation for why. I mean, even regardless of the explanation, before somebody answers the explanation for the moon side of it, Chris, do you agree that even if they did scale up the model exponentially to make the numbers work, do you agree that by scaling it up, it changes the size of the penumbra, so that if we see the eclipse that they're saying that we should see as per their model, it couldn't have been scaled up, or
correct? Yeah. Well, what actually happens when I modeled it, and I took it to the nth degree, right? I scaled it up in the model, and obviously software starts to break down because it can't do the calculations, and you end up with ghosts, ghost shadows that shouldn't be where they're supposed to be. But that could be, that's just a software thing. But even just speaking in terms of physics, when you take an object like the sun and scale it up as huge as they do and take it out that far, and then make the assumption that it's in vacuum, right? And we know how light we know how light travels in vacuum, and it's been proven that it proves that when photons leave the surface of the sun, in theory, heliocentric theory, then because it's vacuum, the photons start to, because they're electromagnetic objects, right, particles.
They're virtual particles that don't exist, but yeah, go ahead.
I'll explain why they did that, okay? So here's why they invented virtual particles. So what happens is when you do the math with actual particles, that each one has its own magnetic field relative to itself, they start to, collect and collide with each other. And the actual speed of light becomes non-constant, and it saturates the environment around the emitting object such that there would be no shadow at all, because if you followed the mathematics of it, magnetically speaking, the entire vacuum becomes saturated equally in all directions, and the light becomes omnipresent and omnidirectional. Right? So there would be no shadow at all, because the light would be coming from all directions, from everywhere equally eventually. And it would slowly scale out as the particles lost velocity into darkness. Right.
But am I right in saying that if they did scale it up to make it work mathematically, does it also mean that it alters, by scaling it up, it directly alters the size of the penumbra?
Oh yeah, it disappears.
Yeah, it's going to have to. Yeah.
So in essence, if the evidence does appear, it means that it has to be. If the evidence does appear as per their model, it means that it has to be the case that the sun really is a big distance away, proportionate to the moon. In other words, it couldn't be a flat Earth model, right?
No. It's the other way around. If they scale it up that large, then the shadows disappear completely. It's like when you do shadowless lighting in a studio when we're taking photos for high-end photos and stuff. Once the light becomes so big relative to the object, the light actually would bend around it because the entire field is saturated with light, and you lose the shadow. That's what we do in professional photography too, right? I've done enough photography. I'm not professional, but I've done enough to know when you set up your lights, to cancel out any shadows, right? You just make the light bigger than the object, a lot bigger, and the shadows disappear. There's no shadow at all, because it actually goes behind the objects and saturates the field behind the image. So that's what I'm saying is, if you scale the sun up that large, there's no shadows at all, because the entire field is saturated equally in all directions. And that's what I found in the model when I modeled it. And then what happened was they invented essentially what they call virtual particles of photons, which are virtual photons that are massless, and they have no magnetic field, but still they somehow travel at or beyond the speed of light in perfectly straight parallel lines, right? Which is complete rubbish, right? That's why they invented those things, to make them work in quantum mechanics. They're called virtual particles because they're imaginary. Right, they forced it to work.
Let me just address Flat Earth Dave in chat. He says, Anthony, just go back to the globe and stop putting doubt in new people to Flat Earth. Dave, I am not putting doubt into new people in Flat Earth. Quite the opposite. The chances of this evidence of the model appearing is that remote that it isn't going to happen. I'm not putting doubt in new people's minds. What I'm actually doing is being courageous in my conviction, because I realize that if the sun and the moon are as far away as what they tell us they are, the size of the penumbra is huge, and we should see evidence of it. Now, we all know in this chat that the moon and the sun are not where they tell us they are. So it's not that I'm putting doubt into new people in Flat Earth. So if that's the perception, let me correct that in front of everybody right now. What I'm actually doing is I realize...
Occasionally as well, when we're on our group, Chris gets up the globe to show everything, but it's just the quickest way to use Google Map to go somewhere. So I think Anthony's kind of doing the same thing, and we've done the same thing by actually putting, Chris puts the globe up, don't you, Chris, quite often, is to disprove it.
Yeah, but
so Anthony's not trying to make everybody be a glober. He's just
I'm not at all.
With proving it's a lie.
I think Dave's misinterpreted my actions. What I'm saying, Dave, is that the chances of them getting the evidence that their model predicts is that remote that I will put a lot of it. I will put my balls over the blender, and I expect Selleye to do the same. I've already got 2 ball earthers, Hillel Finder and Geostrieber, who will accept that the sun is not 93 million miles away. I also am acutely aware that all of the models all of the predictions on eclipses in the past are accurate in terms of the eclipse overall. But the bit that we're never able to calculate for, observe, verify, basically verify is the key word, is the size of the parallax, because we've never had, in England anyway, we've never had a real example where we can actually do a parallax check, because we don't get the sun and the moon in close enough proximity, far enough away from us. I mean, yeah, we do get eclipses periodically, but we're never on the edge of the penumbra.
How would our listeners who are just getting into research, how would they be able to do this? What do they need to be able to figure it out for themselves?
Then if they're in England, they need to get west. Now, basically, Devon and Cornwall, Exeter, anywhere in Wales, Western Wales, Cardiff way, anywhere along the western coast of England and Wales, you are going to be within the catchment area of the eclipse. But the problem is, really, you need to be down by Devon and Cornwall way, ideally, or you need to be on the far western coast of Wales, because otherwise you're not going to get enough of an overlap caused by the moon, if it's causing it, for it to be distinguishable. It will be minor. So really, the further south and the further west you can get.
I'd like to check that. I'm sure I have some friends in Australia and all over the world. I just don't know which ones are which. But yeah, you set it up on social media sites and have the flat earthers get together and report the location all at the same time. What's going on? Maybe we can figure out something then.
Yeah, I mean, Antonio Subirats is going to be in Spain at the time. I believe he's going to be somewhere in or around Seville. Now, by coincidence, he's basically skirting around the edge of the penumbra, because he's on the same latitude, longitude as us. The one that goes north to south. He's on the same line that we're on, pretty much, give or take a couple of degrees. So he's going to see the same edge of the penumbra that we are. Chances are he's going to get a lot better weather. And we may get 0 weather conditions to allow us to do nothing. But it's still the back end of the middle of summer. So we're still likely to have a reasonable weather. Now, contrails, chemtrails may end up blocking out the sky. We all kind of know that that's a realistic possibility. But we also realize that it's still summer. So there's a fair chance that we'll get it. We just have to look due west when the sun's setting, and it'll start to appear at 5 degrees above the horizon, and it'll end 2 degrees above the horizon, just before we get that band of refracted superior mirage that really starts to distort everything. But their model predicts that we will see it. But bear in mind, guys, that we're not being told this in English media. The media are telling us that you can only really see it in America, which is true, but they're not telling us that you can see it from the UK. And I believe that that's because they don't want us to be looking there. They want us to think there's nothing to see here. It's only America that can see it. But actually, their model tells us that we can see it. So we should be being told, if you get to Devon and Cornwall, or anywhere down Plymouth way, down the southwest part of the country, we can see it. That's what we should be getting told, and we're not being told that. And I believe it's because they're trying to hide it from us, because they don't want us to realize that we should or shouldn't see it and get the evidence ourselves, or fail to get the evidence ourselves. Because this is going to end up being like George Airy's failure when it comes to what's spinning, is it the Earth or the ether? Because George Airy decided that the Michelson-Morley experiment and the Sagnac experiment were both wrong, and he was going to go and prove once and for all that it was the Earth that was spinning, not the ether. And obviously George Airy failed. This is going to go down in that kind of strain, because it's going to be the life of Riley's failure, because I'm going to fail to get the evidence that their model tells us. So it'll go down as a failure by name, but in actual fact, it'll disprove their model.
Could I just say that also who's just come on the Hangout is Dave Marsh.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, my darling. We've got Mike Helmick. Hello, Mike.
Greetings.
And Stan Smith.
Yo, hello.
Oh, hello. Right, you were just finishing, Anthony, what you were saying.
Yeah, basically, the reality is we're not being told the truth. By omission, they're letting us all think that it's only in America that we can see it, but their own model predicts that we should see it. So if you live anywhere in the UK, down in the southwest or in the west of Wales, anywhere down that far western regions of the UK, we're going to see it. And that's the bit we're not being told. According to their model, we're going to see it. Whether we actually see it or not in real life, that's a whole different kettle of fish. But their model predicts that we're going to see it. And I don't see how this can possibly be. If we do actually see this evidence the way they're saying that we'll see it, this really doesn't conform with the flat Earth model. In other words, it's not going to happen. Not, it might not be flat. It's more that it's not going to happen, because we all know that the sun is not as far away as what they say. So I'm just correcting that position that was said that I'm putting doubt into the mind of the newcomers. I'm not. I'm just saying that the chances of this actually happening are that remote that I'm putting a lot into this. I'm putting my channel on the line because it can't happen. It's not going to happen. And that's the reason why Sly Sparkane won't bet me his channel unless I give him a counterclaim, because then he can discredit that because we don't have a model. Because I don't know what's going to happen instead. I honestly think that nothing's going to happen. But there is the possibility that something else happens, say 20 minutes before. Because if it is a flat plane, we don't know what the model is, but it's entirely possible that we see evidence of parallax, maybe, I don't know, 35, 40, 20 minutes before. And that parallax then was going to be the debate, because, hey, that would be direct proof that we live on a flat plane, because if it happened 20 minutes or so before, that's consistent with the moon and the sun parallaxing somewhere over the Atlantic, not over North America, where we're told. So from our perspective, not from the American perspective, but from our perspective. And we wouldn't see that if we were being told that, hey, there's nothing to see here. So it's really interesting what evidence that we can get on the approach to this, because we may get nothing at all, but we may get something, and that'll create another debate. But either way, it's going to be, well, it doesn't conform with the model that we're presented with, which is the heliocentric model. And it's been demonstrated on 3 different models. Stellarium's one, and there's 2 other ones, and I can't remember what they're called. I've not heard them before. So it's about remoteness. How remote is this likely to be? Anthony must eat his hat if he sees the eclipse. Cosmic Surfer, if I see the eclipse, I will surrender my channel, because I don't see how that could be explained on any flat Earth model, because I can't see how the sun can be that far away, even if they've scaled it up, because the size of the penumbra would be directly affected if they've scaled it up. It would get smaller if it's been scaled down, or it would get bigger if they scaled it up. So it's not going to happen. I'm absolutely certain, but it's what's going to happen instead, if anything. So I'm not really sure what's going to happen, but I know what's not going to happen, and that's why I'm saying it. So
yeah, I think you got that one in the bag. You got that one in the bag, anyways. There's no way that can line up the way they're saying.
I agree, and that's the reason why I've put a lot onto it, because I've realised that when they're arguing over this, whether the shadow goes one way or the other, or whether there's even a shadow, they're all valid arguments, but I think it might be a deliberate distraction. They may have put that out there on purpose to see to take our eyes off the bigger picture, which is we're right on the edge of the penumbra. We can see it. Do we see it? No, but we're supposed to be on the edge of the penumbra, so we must see it. So it's just a case of, if you live anywhere on the western coast of England, get your cameras out, get looking west, get your solar filters on it, and see what we see. If we see anything at all, if we don't see anything at all, then it means that their model's wrong. The only thing that's going to stop this from happening is whether it's cloudy on the day. And I'll be doing a rain dance beforehand. I'll be praying that the rain gods don't make an appearance that day, because it'd be really good. And Brenda destroying my arguments earlier today, and she's a ball earth believer. Brenda didn't destroy a single one of my arguments. Brenda was totally and utterly destroyed. Brenda was rattled several times today, and I've never seen Brenda like so rattled or caught. Like she's never reacted like that, Ian. She did it several times, probably 6, 7 times. Brenda's never been like that before.
She's a ball person, though, isn't she?
She's a ball person, yeah. But I've never seen. I've never seen Brenda triggered like that.
Could I just say for 1 minute that Mike's come in? Mike, I don't know if you know Thomas Thompson, who's next to you on my screen. I think you obviously know who Dave Marsh is. You know who Series is. You know Chris is. I think you probably know who Anthony is. Do you know Stan Smith and Thomas Thompson?
I don't think we know each other.
I know of them.
Okay, then. Cool. Just so that you know who's in the hangout. So has anybody got anything to say to Anthony then?
Just one thing. I was actually checking myself to see if it was visible from my area, and according to time and date, they say it will be visible for about I think it's about 5 minutes from my position in Nottingham, in Ripley, Nottingham. I put my obviously my area in, and it showed you an animation of what I would see, and literally it does this weird thing where you just see like a little bit of a silhouette on the sun, then it just dropped for some reason on the animation. So I'd be interested to see if it actually it is visible.
That's actually quite interesting because Selleye reckons that the furthest east you can go is Manchester. So you at Nottingham's a little bit further. And I don't know whether that's right or wrong, and I'm not challenging you on it, but Selleye's perception is that you can only get as far as Manchester before it becomes no longer... I mean, the issue becomes, at what point does it become indistinguishable from... I mean, once you get to a certain level, you're not going to see it because it's... although it may be there, you'd argue that it would be whatever. But at least where I'm going to see it, it's enough for us to be able to distinguish it from not happening or being a bit, 50-50. Oh, well, was that the moon? Don't really know. It could have been some kind of bendy light or rubbish like that. But in any event, Selleye believes it's Manchester is the limit. So it's interesting that you've got Nottingham as somewhere else but again, our mainstream media is not telling us that we can see it. We're all being told you've got to be in North America. Am I right? Or has anybody seen any references that tell us that we can see it?
Well, they say you need to be in North America to see the totality, don't you? Like obviously we're going to see just a partial eclipse if it is visible. Like I say, with the state of the weather we've had here over the last few days, I'm pretty much doubting it. But
yeah, but what my question is, has anybody been told by anything mainstream that we can see it, or have you had to work it out for yourself?
Not without looking. I haven't seen anything on the news saying we will see a partial eclipse on the 21st, just at sunset. So yeah, you're right there. But like I say, if you do a bit of digging, then you'll probably find it.
I agree. You have to do a bit of digging to work it out. But my point was that by omission, we're not being told that we can see it, which is, I think, an important failure because we should be being told this.
I want to see the shadow, but you know what? We definitely need to have a show on the day of the eclipse, because then I can take my cell phone outside. I'm over here in America, and I can show you all what I see.
You were coming through really quiet there, pal. Do you want it? I don't know if you need to be...
You have to move a bit closer.
I've got something to add, if I may. Been working on this all night. Maybe David can help me out. Wolfie just released a video of an Australian moon type of eclipse. And I sent Karen the photo through Facebook so I don't have to share screens and reveal to all the trolls the link by mistake. But I sent Karen the... I'll
do that in just a second.
I gave Karen the photo. Here's the thing. These people have had a very long time to figure out and predict their model. And just because they're able to predict the model doesn't necessarily mean that how they tell us it works is even remotely correct. Car go by every day at 12, but we will never we may never know why the red car goes by every day at 12. And you know, the photo I sent to Karen, a recent video from Wolfie, and I talked to Wolfie about it. He has an eclipse in Australia, but his moon is oriented 180 degrees exactly from what we would see it in North America. It's not like walking under it that we would see an effect. It's actually rotated 180 degrees the other way.
That, to me, is actually one of the biggest proofs of a flat Earth that you can have, but most people don't realize it. Because what I believe is happening with that is that the moon is staying in its perfect orientation. In other words, it stays pointing the way that it points when we see it. But because it doesn't change and it goes round us, our perspective makes it rotate from our point of view because we turn. So we turn with it, but the moon stays where it is. But everybody, well, they call it tidal locking. But actually, I think that's misrepresenting the fact that it's not changing. It's only us that rotates as we watch the moon go past us. And that's what gives the moon its appearance to be exactly the rotation you would expect if it was going around the Earth in a flat plane disk motion. I mean, I don't know whether anyone's realised that, but that to me is one of the biggest proofs that we live on a flat plane. Because if that moon is not moving and it's us that's moving as it goes round us, then that is proof that we live on a flat plane. But they call it tidal locking, in the same way that sidereal day is used to explain why the sun would be it'd be behind us every 6 months. But we know that's not what really happens. At high noon, in 6 months' time, it'll still be high noon, and they use sidereal day to explain that away. Well, for me, it's the same as tidal locking with the rotation of the moon. They use the tidal locking as the excuse to explain away why the moon rotates the way it does. That's the way I see tidal locking and the moon.
Right. If we were to put that moon on maybe a projection map, the Gleason or azimuth equidistance, and it would make sense on that map, absolutely, because I was thinking about that. The only problem we have is the speed. Moon doesn't travel enough to circumvent that map. But I thought about that. It just the UTM grid and the amount of time it would take for the moon to circumvent all those miles when the moon actually, I believe David Marsh's proof, slows down south of the equator, kind of takes that off the table. That's why I'm kind of curious about it. Now, if you want to model the heliocentric model out to their numbers, the moon will not orientate, period, at 238,000 miles, no matter where you're at on Earth. In fact, if you go from point A to point B across the Earth itself, that's only a 2-degree movement according to the distance of the moon. I've modeled this out. You can't orientate the moon at all at that distance. Same with the sun.
100% true.
Time and date may
100% true.
The time and date may show the sun over the North Pacific, and in California, they will see the sun to their west, and Russia, Japan, and China will, of course, see the sun to their east. However, if you actually take into account how far away the sun is, it'll appear the same to everyone on Earth. As a photo of a moon here, I believe. Is that Stan? Yeah. If you look at Stan's photo of the moon, that is exactly the sunlight that would be on that side of the Earth. It would not change nor vary due to the angular rays of the light coming in. And so their model there on that aspect, according to their numbers, is also impossible. The moon, the sun will not change position anywhere in the sky for anybody on Earth at that distance. And so now when we're talking about the eclipse, according to their model, the only way they can make the eclipse work is totally mess with the numbers and give inaccurate data, because they know themselves that just by their distances alone, that how they explain the eclipse isn't a possibility. This is where we come in, and I hope we can get a camera in South America, around Santiago, or even farther north in South America, and I hope we can get cameras in the UK. P900s. I'd also possibly, if we can get an aerial photo to see the angles at which the shadow comes in, would be very helpful, because there is no possibility of an angular shadow at the distance they give to the sun to the Earth.
Well, I do have a P900, and I will be getting a solar filter specifically for this.
Series, I've sent you the video. If you want a series, play it, because Mike wanted you to play it.
Mike, I wanted to ask you, since we're live here too, when I was modeling that out, I noticed that when I compared the terminator line, you know, obviously it's going to be 180 degrees of the ball, and that represents the 12 hours. And then when you take the actual time length of the eclipse for how long it lasts at 5 hours and 20 minutes, which is only the 2-degree shift, right? In the globe model, that's the 2-degree shift. You get, it only lasts, you know, a little less than 5 hours and 20 minutes approximately to make the entire transition from where it starts in the Pacific and ends up in the South Atlantic when it makes that S curve, which is also kind of strange, but that's what they're doing. But my question is, I noticed that if you compare what in my model to that of the square map and what they're showing, or the flat map that time and date is showing, they're not actually moving the Earth in back rotation, what it's supposed to, which would be 90 degrees over 6 hours, roughly, right? It has to move because it's 24-hour day, right? they're only showing about a back rotation of 45 degrees in their models, not the full 90 degrees. And when I rotate, as the 2 degrees passes of the shadow, and you rotate the Earth backwards at the full 90 degrees, and shift both the moon and the Earth ahead about 0.3 degrees of an annual year, right? Both have to shift relative to the sun forward a little less than half a degree. Then the shadow actually doesn't move at all in my model. When I try to do that, it moves very little because it's a 3-body problem. You see what I'm saying? They're not accounting for enough back rotation of the Earth in the models that I've seen on NASA and time and date. It has to rotate backwards 90 degrees over 6 hours, period. So basically, it ends up chasing the shadow.
Go ahead.
Hold on, let me ask a question here real quick, because I'm really behind. You guys got me on this one. This is my weak point. So I got a question. Now, since we know it's summertime, we know the sun is going to be somewhere between the equator. So where is the moon supposed to be on August 21st? Because obviously the only way you get that eclipse is if the moon would be in high Cancer, because the moon would actually have to be in front of the sun for the moon to be the source of the eclipse. Am I right in my thinking here, or what?
They have to be lined up.
The exact same position. Yes, I mean the exact position as well. And what I did notice from building a little bit of data up is that the moon is on its southern declination as well. And as I've mentioned before, when it goes from Cancer to the equator, it does speed up there. So we are getting that little bit of acceleration from the actual moon as well, if you know what I mean. So that's quite interesting as well. Maybe that can chuck that into the works as well. But basically,
Well,
has to be a perfect line.
What Chris' observation is correct. So, with that, it's really pulling straws. It's really nitpicking with numbers with these guys. The truth is, you can make the west-east shadow work. You can make it also work. And so, you know, and Chris is very valid too. That, you know, what I ask myself is, what am I handing other flat earthers that they could easily explain to somebody else? The eclipse does not work on any level. It's not going to work according to their model. I am actually going to prove that. I'm making a video now. I want to give, if it's reasonable, I think we should give it to them. Time and date does screw up their terminator line and things, as Chris mentioned. I have it modeled on a ball. We'll pull up. I'll send the picture to Karen. Yeah, they do cheat, as Chris mentioned.
Yeah, they're fudging it. Yeah.
Can I just get one thing clear now? The shadow line is clearly only the angle of totality for each observational point across America, surely, isn't it? You know what I mean? I think there's a bit of misinterpretation around us. They think it's the actual shadow, but it's just the angle required to see totality from the west coast to the east coast, isn't it? Surely that is the case. And I think that's what's causing a lot of confusion with people. It's just the angle where you need to be to witness totality from that point on the plane. Am I correct, or?
Right, that's what they're explaining. It is the angular velocity of the shadow, not the a bit blocking a light source. Okay, the way other flat earthers have been doing it, they've been trying to project the shadow with a close light source. That's not how it works. Kind of works like if you open your closet with a strong light inside and you crack it open and the light will display out into the room. Well, if you go near the closet door and take an object and just move it across that little spot of light, you're going to broadcast a larger shadow real quickly across the moon. Think about taking a laser beam and taking it from one end of the moon to the other. If you could, without the dispersion, you could do that. You can travel thousands of miles really quick, and that's how they're explaining the shadow. And
like you weren't here, Mike, when I was trying to explain earlier too that you know, when we modeled it out to the distances that they show in the globe and heliocentric model, and then we take into account it's a vacuum space and photons, and because, you know, I don't want to get into it too technical, because like we're trying to basically just say that it doesn't work. The physics just simply don't work. You can't make a shadow work at those distances, period. Right? Even
I think we need to focus on the fact that their model doesn't work.
It just doesn't work. Yeah, the heliocentric model doesn't work because, you know, light in vacuum scatters. You know, it scatters because each individual particle becomes its own magnetic source. So you know, they're similar objects,
well,
right? Right.
Yeah, Chris's point, and Chris is far more better at math than I am, understands these things better than I do. But just on the basic understanding what he's saying, light particles will tend to fill a vacuum or a void, and therefore they will scatter. And that's not even counting the fact, the distance of the sun, the surface area of the sun. Even if we did get straight line perfect photons towards Earth, they'd simply miss the moon. They'd miss the Earth. I'm even wondering if Earth can get light from the sun at this point, because there can be no photons enough to hit the Earth at those distances.
Yeah, that's what ends up happening. Yeah, it's I've tried to model that too as a counter, you know, in just using the simple physics of it and the anisotropic properties of light and particle systems. I mean, the conclusions that I'm drawing in the model, I haven't come forth, you know, 100% publicly with it either, but it's definitely not what we're told it is, because the light just, you know, doesn't work the way it's being portrayed, right? Photons scatter in vacuum, period. Right? Simple cathode ray type experiments with lasers, and you know, it's a case of they're basically trying to have their cake and eat it too. And every time they realize that the heliocentric model fails, well, they invent virtual photons and virtual this and
brand new virtual particles
and tensors to this algorithmic derivative, blah 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 blah, and you know, in case systems and stuff. And so it's being forced at every step. It's being forced towards, you know, the goal. So that's not science as far as I'm concerned.
I just want to address two messages that are in chat. One from Rebecca says, I can't believe that the masses of people that still lap up everything that NASA say. Are we all familiar with what NASA gave was the explanation for why the shadow seems to go the opposite way, in terms of that there was one NASA boffin that said the reason why the shadow is going to appear to go the opposite way is because it's directly due to the rotation of the Earth's spin and the moon orbit of the Earth. And he basically said that the orbit of the moon going around the Earth was twice the speed of the spin of the Earth. Now, obviously, that means that the moon's orbit of the Earth would then, instead of being 27 days, it would be half a day, because obviously the Earth spins once every 24 hours. And then I actually had GeoStreber on, and he was correcting NASA. And I said, what makes you think that you're able to correct somebody from NASA? And he said, because he was clearly talking about the speed of the surface of the Earth. And I was like, that's not the context in which he gave it. So we played it again, the further part of it, a bit further on in the clip. And he's clearly talking about the rotation of the Earth, the spin of the Earth, not the speed of the spin, the spin. So yes, I agree entirely with what Rebecca says. There are people that will lap up anything that NASA says, because that's the official narrative. They will, if NASA say that the sky is pink, they will agree to it. Then we all see it as blue, but they'll say, well, actually, it's pink because of photons or whatever. They'll find reasons to justify it because NASA has said it. So I agree, Rebecca. That's exactly what some people say. And then Ryan says in chat, he says, just curious, are we confident that we understand the complete astronomical display system that is on the flat Earth? We know that Lilith is required. Are there other parts of the system? We don't know any part of the astronomical display system on a flat Earth, because we don't have a model. We just know that there are holes in the heliocentric model. But according to AJC 1844, Lilith is on the other side of the zodiac. It's on the other side of the solar system. So it's not Lilith that's causing it. If it's anything that's causing it, it's a different luminary, or in this case, well, it could be a black hole for all I can see. See, that's what I wanted to ask. Why is it that the moon appears to be black each time there's an eclipse, because it should be getting reflected light from the Earth. We don't see that though. Has anybody any ideas for why it's black? Or rather, it's not even black; it's invisible.
I have an opinion, but it's not. I wouldn't call it a proof, so it's just my opinion.
Go on.
Is that what we're seeing appearing as the eclipse is actually the sun canceling, where the sun is a focal point and it's just canceling its own light due to anisotropic properties and light interference pattern. So it makes its own shadow. And that's just due to the angle that we're seeing it on the ground, like looking up at it. It's the light canceling itself, in essence.
It does make sense that the sun is having the complete opposite effect of, it appears to be invisible. When I said black, that was not the right word. It appears to be invisible, because I remember I've got photos on my phone of the last eclipse we had in around about 2011. And I remember looking at the time thinking, where is once the moon had transited the sun, I was looking for where the moon was, and I could not see anything. I didn't have a P900 then.
You never will.
Nothing there.
You never will, because they're always at new moon, and you'll never see it. Right? That's part of the trick, so to speak. Right.
So
you can take a standard light and shine it through a glass ball and end up with a shadow in the center, right? Because the light cancels itself due to refraction within a medium that's curved. Right, and that's kind of what I'm basically trying to simply say without getting into photons and stuff too much.
So is there a way that we can verify that it is actually the same celestial body that we call the moon? Is there a way we can verify that if we can't actually see it?
We can't verify, but what you can do is, if you look at things like time and date and moon calc, which is, in my eyes, every time I've done any readings with dioptra or anything like that, it's always correct within about 2 or 3 degrees. And it always just happens to be a coincidence that the moon is in front of the sun during a solar eclipse. So I would personally say that that's good enough evidence to prove that. I know that you can't see it before or just after a new moon, but clearly it's in that region.
One thing in this case, Dave, just to keep an eye on when you're tracking it and looking for it, and the timing, even if you guys do see it and so forth, is that when you compare the numbers, even time and date, if they're out as much as a half a degree, or even 1 degree at max, then the entire thing won't work, because that's the limit that the moon can actually move in its projected orbit according to the heliocentric model. And if the sun is off by less than 1/4 of a degree, the shadow disappears. When I modeled it too, if you move the sun just a fraction of a degree, then there is no eclipse at all. Right, so it has to be that precise to work. So just to keep in mind when you're checking numbers.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I'm prepared to put my channel on the line, because, like you say, you only have to move the sun a fraction of a degree, and that level of parallax, that level of accuracy on the parallax on their model, is predicted. So if it is predicted and it doesn't do what they say it does, that means the model is not right. That's the way I see it. Now they're going to argue that it means that Stellarium's a little bit wrong. But if Stellarium and the other 2 models that they modeled it on were both saying the same thing, then that really does mean that their model is wrong. It's not the software that's modeling the model wrong. It's their model that's wrong. But obviously they will never accept that, because we can't prove that the model is wrong, right? We can only prove that the model that's modeling the model is wrong. So they'll never accept that the model is wrong in any event.
One thing is, it's easy to if you pull up my screen share there, you only need to observe it 3 times to predict it forever, right? Because it's a repeating thing in the offset of where it,
Which is exactly how they predict it. Yeah, this is what gets me. You get ball earthers that say, how is it that they're able to even predict that the eclipse is going to happen? And the answer is because it's a reoccurring pattern. It's not that you have a model that works.
Right, because there's the path in 1918, and it's almost identical to the one we're going to see supposedly coming up here in August, right? It's the exact same eclipse path. The time is the same. All you needed to do was change the date and alter the time of day, right? It's that precise and repeatable. And to me, this, because it occurs more than once within a 100-year span, that in and of itself proves that the heliocentric model fails. Because if you can't account for ecliptics, 23.4 degree angles on a rotating orb that's supposed to be going around the sun on an ecliptic path that's not perfectly circular, and also the ecliptic on the galactic equator, where the Earth is supposed to go up and down relative to the sun, and the whole thing is wobbling around like, pool balls in a swimming pool, right? How does that happen more than once, right? Within that, that's like 150-mile distance, right? Right. When you do that, the probability of it happening and following the same path more than once is so phenomenally billions to one. And when I look at it from even just statistically speaking, right?
So say, Chris, Z proxy got his shadow going the right way now, but it's not showing what that's showing. It's not going that route.
Yep.
According to this, on time and date from my spot in Canton, Ohio, it says, at time and date, it says moon set 7:15 a.m., 252 degrees, moon rise 9:11 p.m. at 105 degrees, time 1:53 a.m., distance 244,306 miles. Yeah, right. Illumination 99.8%. is what I should have here in Canton on that day. I should be able to see this thing perfectly.
Yeah, with your bionic eyes, you should be able to zoom right in on that for sure. If that's a whole
yeah, our eyes. Yeah. That's assuming there's no, atmospheric distortion or nothing. I didn't know my human eyes could see that far. I was thinking at best I might see if I'm standing on level ground, about 3 to 4 miles.
Yeah.
I don't have a great
This is just funny here. I just want to show you some funny stuff. So I know it's a little bit, it's a sidebar topic just for a couple of minutes here, but this is the newspaper that I pulled up here. This is actually from 1918. It was on June 8th, 1918, and they had the same sketch of the eclipse, how it works, same description, almost word for word that NASA's using.
That's awesome.
Right. And the same path and everything. And even some of the wording almost looks like a cut and paste from this 1918 newspaper that they're using in the current mainstream, ironically. But just to show folks that the flat earth thing is not old news. And Bolivia, they were trying to, the resistance in the newspapers was heavy, except the medium has now changed. We've gone from newspapers, so it kind of died a little bit. It died down, and now we got the internet, so it's obviously gaining speed.
Well, that's
again.
because the newspapers are all controlled by the big media guys.
Right, yeah, exactly, right. Eventually, yeah, there used to be private newspapers in private each town, each country, and they had their own, but then it was all bought up, so then they squashed it all. This is just evidence to show that in the 1918, 1920, they were still, people were taking out public ads in refutation of the globe model, trying to resist it because it was being forced in schools, right? And there was teachers that were losing their jobs because they refused to teach the globe model. And then there was counter
I would have to say that.
yeah, there was counter propaganda. This is from 1912. So they actually took the time to draw out the lunatics, and the actual quote here is so it looks like the Shakespearean who was confronted by a ribbed Baconian, or the astronomer who was assailed by a flat earth lunatic. He paused for a moment and then, raising his voice, repeated slowly the words, which were extinct before the coming of man, referring to flat earth people that believe in flat earth are actually Neanderthals, right? And then there's pictures of these crazy lunatics drawn by hand, right? In 1912, right? So here we are, 100 years later, plus, and right back at the same thing. So I just found that kind of, the irony.
That's amusing,
yeah.
That's amusing.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll stop showing here. I just want to put that in there, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, that's quite good. That actually. I'd like to have a look through a lot of these old newspapers from the between the early 1900s and right up until about 1920s, because there seemed to be a lot of activity and a lot going on back then in them days. You had Gerard Hicks, and you had all the rest of the crew. You had Alex Gleason, John George Avizade, and all the rest of them all trying to push for a flat Earth.
And then the counter argument with the Newton and Robotham and the Cavendish experiment and Einstein, and it all seemed to kind of perpetuate towards, right? You can see the development. So historically, I think it started around 1600s or so forth, and then they kind of got interrupted a bit in the early 1900s because we had a bit of a micro freeze there, and the Thames, it froze over, that type of thing. There's a little bit of a winter blast, and then it kind of lost speed after the corporate, the Industrial Revolution and the war started coming, right? And it started getting more control over the media, right? So you can see, I can see the psychological development of it, right? And now here we are. It's raising its face again, right? Yeah. Face, flat, plain face.
This eclipse actually happens, and we're able to demonstrate that the heliocentric model is incorrect. Is it going to matter? Are they going to accept that, or are they just going to ignore it, sweep it under the carpet, and talk about some false flag attack somewhere around the world?
Yeah.
How's that going to work out?
Well, my problem with the problem I really have with it, even just from a physics and engineering thought, the engineering type of thought process, if you're trying to design something, is that the foundation upon which the globe, not only the globe, but the entire heliocentric model, but you start with the globe, start with what you know, right? And we were talking a bit before we came online live here about magnetism, right? The Curie temperature of iron is too low for a globe model, which is supposed to have a hot iron-based core system of both liquid and solid, according to their numbers. All of which is too hot for iron to even maintain a magnetic field. Right. Yeah, and to prove that, all you got to do is hold a blowtorch to a magnet. Right, put a blowtorch on a magnet, and it'll lose its magnetic field. Magnetize a piece of iron and put it in a magnetic field suspended, heat it up, and it falls through the magnetic field. It just doesn't work, right? And they have no evidence to prove that. But there's also no, the best evidence that we have of anything is the Cola 8 project that I've seen the numbers for, and it only goes to roughly 12 kilometers or whatever.
Yeah, that doesn't even break the mantle.
Right, and it brought up nothing but hydrogen and water, and the pressures were so great that the hydrogen was boiling before it even reached the surface. Right.
That's the primary water system, and that's a whole nother system that's not being taught in public schools. Is about primary water.
Well, that's the thing, right? And because the hydrogen is boiling as it comes to the surface, it brings with it a whole lot of charge and capacitance and stuff. So then I go to the electric universe side of it and say, okay, well, these guys know what's going on. It's electric capacitance, and it's electric-based system. And that's the core. It's cold fusion core. It's not hot iron. So everything is reversed with these guys, right? The globe is completely backwards to what you're, completely backwards.
That's almost like that's their MO. Like that's the only information they can put out. It always has to be exactly backwards.
Exactly backwards.
No matter what you're looking up, no matter what subject it is, the truth is always 99% of the time anyways. It's always the exact opposite of what you were told.
Well, interestingly, I've been searching for a working model of the heliocentric model with the moon phases and obviously the moon cycle. Well, I've actually found one. From the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. They've done like a graphics, and if I can, what I'll do, I've been collating the data from time and date and measuring that gap between meridian passings to actually calculate the actual speed of the moon. Well, what I've done, I've built up a bit of data from December 2016 through till about, I think it's June 2017, where I'm going to do it from my location, but I'm going to be doing it from 3 locations and comparing the actual differences or whether they're the same. So I'm trying to build up a cycle of the moon on Microsoft WordPad. I'm just jotting it down for the time being. But interestingly, I've got a full working model for 2017 of every phase of. It shows you the elliptical orbit, how many Earth's distance it's from the how many Earth distance it's from the Earth, the moon itself. Like it tells you in Earth distances the distance. And what I'll do in a minute, if you want, I'll share the screen and show you what I've got up to, and you'll see that when the moon's at its closest approach in their model, which would be at perigee, where you would see the moon speed up according to the heliocentric model, because as it's on its closest approach, that's when it picks up the speed, and then when it passes perigee, it'll start slowing down in its cycle slightly by 6% until it reaches apogee, and then it'll repeat the cycle. Interestingly, their data is not matching up with the meridian passing on time and date on the data I've been building. It's the exact opposite. Like you say, everything they tell you is opposite. So when it's speeding up according to time and date, when it leaves the Tropic of Cancer to the equator, obviously that's going away from perigee, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's heading towards apogee, because obviously it's going away from there. But on, like I say, on their model, it gives you the date, it gives you the time, and it gives you the distance of the actual moon from the Earth as well. So if I can share the screen, I can probably get it up and show you better. Anyway, that'd be all right.
Sure, go for it.
Right, so let me just get the screen up.
I was going to say, Dave, we were looking at the time between full moons.
Right.
Cosmic Surfer, he made a spreadsheet with all the times between, and yeah, you're like, there is a difference.
Yes, there is, mate. And like I say, what I'll do, I'll get it up on the screen now, and I'll show you where I've got.
We couldn't see a pattern yet, but we've only done, like, I think 2 or 3 years, so we were going to keep going until it comes back to where it started, because it's even getting full moon in different locations, you know.
Yeah, you will do, because the side reels are different time to the actual solar day. You know what I mean? So because the actual cycle of the moon is 27.3 days, and the actual phases last 29.5 days. That's why you get the moon in different positions at different times of the year, or full moons, if you know what I mean. That's due to that difference. So I'll just show you what can you see my screen?
Yeah. Don't share the link.
Right.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah. There we are.
So what I did then, basically, I've basically timed the meridian passing from December 2015, and I'm going up to November 2016. So as you can see, there is a little pattern. So when it's on Cancer, it takes 24 hours 54 minutes. As it moves to the equator, it speeds up to 24 hours 42 minutes. Obviously, that's quite a significant speed up if you think about it. Then when it goes to Capricorn, it slows down again to 24 hours 52 minutes, which is relatively the similar speed to where it is on Cancer. Interestingly, when it comes back to the equator from Capricorn, it stays at the relative same speed. That's the bit what stunned me and put me back in my steps a few feet, actually, because I expected it to follow the same kind of pattern and speed up again and slow down again, but it doesn't. So no. Then it went to Cancer again, and you get the relatively same speed, 24 hours 54 minutes. Then back to the equator again, speeds up again, 24 hours 42 minutes. I think I've made a little mistake here, actually, because I thought I was building the data from 2016 through 2017, so I'm going to have to recalculate the data, because the model I've actually downloaded of the lunar cycle, I'm not going to be able to show you now, because I thought I was collating the data for 2017, but it's not a problem. So what you'll see though is it'll basically show you when the moon's at its closest, when it's at its furthest. And what I'm going to be doing, see this date here, I know, because I didn't download the 2016 model, but I actually deleted it and download the 2017 model. So I'm going to have to either collate the data from 2017 or download the 2016 one. But I think I'm going to have to do the 2017, because the moon data I'm collecting myself is for 2017. But when I initially looked at the 2016 one,
that's it. You could almost, though, Dave, bloody verify all of this with a 360 camera on your roof.
Yeah, exactly. But as you can see, it'll slow down in its cycle as it's moving away to apogee. Then, as it passes that point apogee, it'll start speeding up by 6% again. But what I have noticed in the data what I did collect is that it does the opposite. It actually speeds up now as it's moving away, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean? As it's see this one here down here. This is the actual angle of the moon. This is what I think they use to get away. We know that due to perspective, when the moon's closer to us, it'll appear higher in the sky. What they do on the heliocentric model, I think they use that actual 5-degree inclination to give them that perspective that it's actually higher in the sky. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I found the
So
same thing in the atmospheric.
Yeah, that's what they're using that to say. So what you do, you'll say, well, when the moon's closer, it should be higher. But they say, no, look, the angle's not right. It'll actually be lower. So they get away with that. So what I've also done as well, I've started. I captured the moon when it was on tropical Capricorn the other night, because I'm going to do it backwards this time. Like you know before, what I did it from the Tropic of Cancer to the equator. To the Tropic of Capricorn. I'm doing it actually backwards this time, and obviously I've learned a few tricks now. So I've learnt it so the moon doesn't overexpose itself when it comes on the screen now, and you do that by simply pressing right on the actual OK toggle switch on your camera. So when it comes on screen now, you don't get that bright overexposed image of the moon, and then it like fades back to a normal thingy. So if you press
I like getting it bright and then pushing the button so it turns it off, and then it goes into focus like that, and then turn it back on.
Yeah. So now, you know what I mean, as I go through these observations, I'm learning new tricks and new things all the time with the camera. So like I say, I can actually get it coming on screen perfect. It used to take me about 10 minutes to get it lined up for it to go from one end of the screen to the other. I can literally do it in like where you see that I did it in like a few minutes. It's just, you just get used to having your camera at certain angles. And obviously, because I always do this experiment at zenith as well, I'm always doing it when the moon's is closest to me. You know what I mean? So if I did it on rise, it may come towards you at a different speed due to perspective. So I've always tried to do it at zenith as well, to make sure that I'm actually, you know what I mean, getting it in the same position for each observation.
I've got a whole playlist like this, Dave, called Moon times 83, because everything's times 83, because that's obviously the max zoom with the 4 digital. Me, Z Proxy and Cosmic Surfer have been doing this for about a year now. What you're doing?
Well, like I say, I've been doing it for well over like 7 months. Do you know what I mean? But what I am going to do, like I say, I'm going to be testing all the 3 models. What we know, I'm going to be testing the circling sun, obviously the square and the globe, and obviously hopefully get a conclusion out of it. And I know just from looking at the data now that the heliocentric model is doing exactly opposite what it should be doing. Like I said, but I've just like I say, I've only just realised that I've actually made a mistake now, because I've actually downloaded the 2017 one, but I've been building the data for 2016. But as you can see, the pattern up to now, it follows the same pattern nearly every time. There is a couple of minutes difference where you get, because that's because you can't get it exactly on the Tropic of Capricorn. You know what I mean? Because the moon shifts north to south so fast, it's so difficult to get it in the same position. So, you know what I mean? You have to get it relatively as close to it as possible. But there's definitely a pattern. And like I say, when I built the data last time from my previous moon experiment from New Zealand, you get the exact same times within a minute. You know what I mean? So it's relatively the same throughout the Earth, the actual speed of the actual moon. And another thing, Stan, you know, like when you says that you and Cosmic and your other pal were shooting the moon at the same time, and you were getting relatively the same speeds. That's what I would expect. You know what I mean? For shooting it from 3 different locations and getting the same speed when you're at times 83 optical, and that's what I would expect. You know what I mean? From anywhere on the plane.
It's all on there, man. You can go and there's hours of it. You can watch it all. You know, you can have 3 windows going and then watch, because we've sunk. You know, we've had the syncs going. And we've got loads of sync shots, you know, all 3 of us, and you can compare all of it with your own. You might even have some that fits in with ours, you know.
Yeah, so like I say, I've dropped to Google myself now, because like I say, I was collecting the data from December to November 2016. I'm going to have to go back now and do it from December 2016 to 2017, which is a bit time consuming. But that's where I'm at. And obviously, I took a screenshot of the moon. I took a diopter reading.
From our tracking, though, when the eclipse comes up, we will know where the moon is as long as we can track it. up and coming to the eclipse, we will know where it is in the sky. So if it is the moon with the sun,
so I've got this dietary reading now at 176 degrees. What I will do, I'll use either stellarium or time and date, and take the moon to the next day at 176. Then I'll time that gap, the difference. So I've got that, I've got that marker kind of thing to actually keep the speed of the moon. So I've got the speed. I wanted to catch it the following night with the actual app, but due to weather conditions here, it's been absolutely atrocious, and I wasn't able to do that. But like I said, there's other ways around it, so I'll still be able to collect the correct data, and hopefully prove that when the moon speeds up, when it leaves the Tropic of Cancer, like we've seen, to go to the equator, on the heliocentric model, it's when it leaves the equator and goes to the Tropic of Cancer, which it wouldn't need to do, obviously, because that's going to be its closest approach, isn't it, in the heliocentric model. So, and I know straight off the back of my head, what they're showing us in NASA's working lunar model is actually exactly opposite what's happening in reality when you time the culmination of the moon, and you've got the raw data in front of you. You know what I mean? This can all be verified. This can all be repeated, and it can all be collated by other people. You know what I mean? It's not just, I don't have to do it myself. Other people could do this and say, yeah, you know what you're saying and what you're doing is right. There's no denying. If you went to time and date and you put them times in and you did that there, you will get the exact same times as I've got. And like I said, Stan, you've actually seen that there are variation in the speed of the moon, because when you get a full moon around the equinox, it's near or on the equator. When you get a full moon in winter, it's always on the Tropic of Capricorn, and when you get a full moon in summer, it's always opposite. If you know what I mean. So when the sun is high on the Tropic of Cancer, the full moon is always low on the Tropic of Capricorn. And
like I say, we've been plotting all the full moons. So we've been looking at we're looking at that as well. So we'll share whatever we find with you, Dave, if you want.
This is just a question and a comment for Dave and Stan and anybody that's looking at the moon there. I pulled up a chart there, just something I wanted to ask you guys. When you're collecting the data on the moon, can you just maybe do a little bit of a sidebar confirmational research, I suppose, just to see if the moon in general, like its actual parameters, like the distance it travels north-south. So if you're, north at Capricorn and getting Cancer, to see if the actual path totality, right, is actually starting to shift towards the north. Like
that's what we do with the camera. We track it.
Right. So
how high it's going up and down with the 360.
So what I'm looking for is to see that the total distance between the two tropics, if that total distance, it goes south and north as it goes back and forth, but is the mean distance slightly starting to bias towards the north? So is it staying more north than it is going south? And the actual
I mentioned this to Cosmic Surfer today. That's why I was sort of late. We were having a big chat about stuff, and I said we need to keep an eye on if it is shifting,
Yeah,
because obviously we haven't bloody done any more. We've got the data there, but we haven't processed it to see if it has shifted in the last month or anything, But we've got it. We just need to.
Right, because what I'm trying to look for is a correlation to back up another fellow's research that shows that as the moon, as its total distance between the two tropics, as that starts to shift slightly north, there's a direct correlation between that and temperature fluctuations. That's on like a 400-year cycle. It'll start to cycle north, and as the full moon starts to track north, where it stays, there's cooling phases that will occur relative to that movement. So the further north it goes, the colder it's going to get, and that trend will continue on a downward slope. And he's tracked it, and he's showing in this image here. He's showing the cycles, and he's a meteorologist from the U.S. So he's just showing the pattern that pattern exists. If you want this image, I can send it to either one of you.
Yeah, we'll be able to spot that with our cameras if that's going. If that's starting to happen, we should see that happening.
Can I just interrupt and ask a question? AJC 1844 on his channel. He's done a couple of videos on the moon, and he says that, and I don't know whether this is right or wrong, and this is what I'm asking. He says that the sun, the moon, and all of the celestial bodies, so like all the planets, they all orbit the Earth on the ecliptic, on the flat Earth model, and it's the ecliptic itself that orbits the Earth's plane. So all the celestial bodies go round in circles on the ecliptic, but the ecliptic itself moves around the plane. And that graph that you've shown there is kind of supporting the idea that it's following a pattern, and it would make sense. And it looks like, I mean, that top, the yellow line, the full moon. What is that yellow line representing? Am I reading that right? It says full moon moves north.
The red line, is actually the moon pattern, and the gold line is temperature.
All right, so I'm looking at the temperature. So the red line is the moon pattern. Hang on, let me have a look at this. I'm struggling interpreting that, but what I was getting at is Adam says that he believes that all the celestial bodies, the sun and the moon, all orbit on the ecliptic, and it's the ecliptic itself that orbits around the Arctic Circle. Does that make sense to you, first of all? And if it does make sense, does it kind of support what Adam says?
I don't believe it does, because if they did, if you think about the circle model, right? Obviously, when the moon gets southern declination, it would need to. The Tropic of Capricorn is a hell of a lot bigger on the circle model than it is on here than the Tropic of Cancer. We can agree on that, can't we?
We can.
So for the sun and the moon to keep within their relevant cycle, like for the sun to keep that 24-hour day and night cycle, it would need to speed up when it went towards Tropic of Capricorn. Now, from all the data I've built up from personal observations and using time and date to use the moon as that culmination, I've proven beyond a shadow of doubt that when the moon leaves the Tropic of Cancer, it speeds up to the equator, but where it would need to speed up again to keep keeping that relevant cycle, obviously on that extended Tropic of Capricorn line, it actually slows down. You know what I mean? It does opposite what it would need to do on the circling sun. And also, like I say, the moon in southern locations like Argentina is visible for like 15, 16 hours a day when it's obviously high on the Tropic of Cancer for them, and it's same in the UK, which is at the same latitude, about 54 degrees obviously north, and it's visible for us for 14 to 15 hours a day. You know what I mean? That can't happen on a moon what's having to speed up.
Well, technically, the moon doesn't speed up. The moon stays at exactly the same speed, but the ecliptic that it moves on is moving. So it gives, from our perspective, it means the moon is speeding up. But from the moon's perspective, it's going the exact same speed. That would match your observations based on what you're showing. Maybe. I'm not saying it does or doesn't. I'm just asking.
It's interesting. To be honest, I haven't really looked into that. Like I say, I'm just trying to. I've been working on the motions of the moon now for like 7 months solid. So I'm you know what I mean? I'm a bit one sidetracked at the moment on one thing. So when I get all this done out of my way, there's other areas where I will be looking. But these are just things what I pick up throughout the observations, if you know what I mean. But that is an interesting fact.
Yeah, and apologies there, Anthony. I did misspoke there. Just it is the gold line is the moon, and the red line is the temperature. So
right. Well, in that case, the gold line, if that is the movement of the moon, that I would say that supports the ecliptic absolutely. Now that correction's been made, well, I've put the link in side chat, and I'm not saying it's right, and I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's definitely worth considering just watching that video that I've put on the side chat, because that video may give you an insight to what may, and I don't know how right or wrong it is. I'm not saying it's one or the other, but it's definitely worth considering if you're focusing on the moon at the moment, because it is good information. Whether you accept it or not, it's entirely your prerogative, and I'm not pushing you toward it. I'm just saying consider it, because it may be valuable for you.
Right. So what I'm looking for to confirm is I'm looking at it from an electrical standpoint. Right, so if we consider that the moon is on a negative polarity as a dielectric negative, as that bias tends to trend north because negative is cold, right? As the bias tends north, we're going to see a drop in temperatures relative to the moon's full moon position, because that's where it's the most negative, polarized negative. Negative means cold, no matter what, right? We've seen that with the models of the strikes, the arc strikes and electric universe. So as this negative dielectric moves north, we should see a correlation in temperature drop. So I'm just trying to confirm that with ground observations from you guys that are tracking that moon, right?
Chris,
So,
just a thought. You know that obviously every time we get a full moon, yeah, from our location, the moon is always in the winter hemisphere. Do you think that could have could be part of why that does that? Because it's always in the winter hemisphere when it's a full moon. You know what I mean? It's always opposite.
it's always opposite. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say is, as the magnetic field, right, because it has a focal point, and as the magnetic field itself moves in a toroidal type of fashion, it takes the moon with it, and the moon is locked into the negative polarity. So as that shift becomes more and more towards the north, taking the moon with it in a negative polarized polarity, it's going to bring the cold with it. So that's why you see the full moon in the north. And the further that
could be true, yeah.
So the further it goes north and tends to stay north, the colder it's going to get. So this would blow global warming right out of the water, right, and all that babble, right? Again, opposites, right? So this would be proof that we're not looking at a global warming era. We're actually headed into a cold phase when things are going to get real cold real fast, right?
So like I mentioned before, I've been through time and date from I think about 1980 right through till 2021, and the cycle never changes. Like obviously from I'm talking from the south, the north south shift of the moon. It's impossible to have a full moon and the sun in the same hemisphere. They're always opposite at full moon. So when the moon is obviously when the sun is high on the Tropic of Cancer in summer, the moon is always furthest away on the Tropic of Capricorn. And what it does, as the sun gets southern declination towards the equinox, the moon still has to travel that same distance to the Tropic of Capricorn, then it starts going forward again, and it matches the sun literally within 5 degrees right up until it gets to the equinox, where there's a crossover point. Then the sun will switch to the southern hemisphere, and the full moon will switch to the northern hemisphere, and then they'll start moving away from each other till it gets to winter, where you've got the sun low on the Tropic of Capricorn and the moon high on the Tropic of Cancer, if that makes sense.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to confirm and get some hard data on, because if we in this zone here where I'm pointing with my little cursor there, that's where the moon went way far north, and that's right. What was it, 1812-ish or whatever, when the Thames River, everything froze over, and they were, the stories where they were skating on the river in the UK, and there's pictures of people. That's that max freeze right there, and it came on real fast. So when the moon hits this furthest north peak on this type of scale, then you'll see that deep freeze come on real fast, and you can see that the overall temperature is kind of on a downhill type of slope and back up, and now we're looking at another drop slope, which is being repeated, which puts, according to this meteorologist theory, around 2018, 2019, we're going to be dropping back in the 1700s into a zone when it was so cold that it was like a mini ice age that lasted for 50, 60 years, right? And that was like the 1600 Middle Ages type of period, right? That repeats. Right?
Which basically supports Rich Thrive and Survive. He says that weather is cyclical. It's not based on carbon dioxide emissions or anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely not. No, it's totally cyclical, right? First, you'll have a freeze, which would cause, a drop in CO2, and then the heat would increase CO2. And CO2 is just a natural cycle of the plants and, gassing off and so forth. There's no way that we're the cause of any of that. It's, and in fact, they say CO2 is a problem. Well, cars actually don't emit CO2; they emit CO1, right? Carbon monoxide is the poisonous gas. It's not CO2 coming out the tailpipe; it's carbon monoxide, not carbon dioxide.
And the nitrogen dioxide, that's the other one.
Yeah, the nitrogen cycle is part of the plant cycle, right? So CO2 is actually plant food, and nitrogen is actually part of that cycle that drives the exchange of oxygen and CO2 in plants, right? So that's complete hogwash if you're looking at that stuff. It makes no sense to me at all. And CO2 is actually heavier than air, so it doesn't rise up and heat the atmosphere anyway, because the molecular mass of CO2 is heavier than oxygen, right? So that's nonsense, in my professional opinion. Yeah, semi-retired professional opinion. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just trying to, if you guys can kind of keep an eye on that in your data, and maybe have like a little side column just to track how far north it goes, and if you see a trend on the full moons tending to move north, some numbers as far as how fast it's moving north, and what, so we can do some predictions to say, you know, in 5 years it should be 2.5, 3 degrees more north than before.
Well, as you can see from that data I'm gathering, it's pretty relatively the same throughout the lunar cycle. You know what I mean? Relevant to the moon's speed, it seems to be doing that same kind of speed up, slow down, stay the same speed, speed up, slow down, exactly opposite. And like I said, this is what I'm going to prove beyond a shadow of doubt, that it's not consistent with the official NASA lunar reconnaissance orbiting data, what they're giving us, saying this is what the moon is doing throughout 2017. So this is going to be a good kick in the balls for NASA, and obviously it look pretty good for flat Earth too. But it's just, you know what I mean, I'm no expert at making videos. Like I say, I know I made a video before I knew about flat Earth. So you know what I mean, trying to get the message across sometimes for me it's quite difficult to actually put it in like visuals, if you know what I mean. I try my best, but like I say, I'm no expert. I'm just like everybody else. You know what I mean? I've got a missus, got a kid, got a full-time job, and I just do this in the spare time I get. Sometimes it means sacrificing a full night's sleep at the weekend, and then so be it. But like I say, it's not easy doing this research and creating this data. Just that little bit of data I collected there on that moon cycle from 2015, 2016. That's took me like days, you know what I mean? Because I can only do it like a little bit at a time, and I need 3 screens open to like calculate the time with time and date, and obviously moon calc to find out when it's at a certain position. So it is time consuming, and that's why my last video took me 2 months to make, because I'm just doing bits and bobs at a time, and it does get quite agitating and frustrating near the end when you wanted to finish something and it's like dragging on and dragging on. So hopefully I can try and get the message across clear this time, because like I said, my moon race video, the conclusion wasn't quite clear, and like I say, I do take criticism on board, and I will use it to a good cause, and obviously always try and improve for next time.
Yeah, and I enjoy the work you're doing, and keep at it, because it's some of the best explanations of what's going on I've seen, and keep at her. Absolutely. This is just
right, guys.
Don't take this too seriously here. Don't take this too seriously. I'm just throwing this out there for fun, more or less. But just for people to think about, you know, since according to the heliocentric model, Venus is almost the same size as Earth. So I'm just wondering, has anybody ever seen an eclipse that from Venus that actually blocks out all the light on Earth for a period? Just out of curiosity. That being kind of sarcastic and cynical when I say that. But in theory,
shouldn't it? You would have thought so.
You would have thought that, you know, if we can get an eclipse from the moon, if you can get an eclipse from the moon, it'll cast a shadow when it's, 285,000 miles away. And
relevant to its size, that surely we should get an eclipse on that. Also, why don't you see as many transits? You know what I mean? You should see loads of transits across the sun between Mercury and Venus, surely. You know what I mean? They're a rare occasion, aren't they?
Yeah, and if you think about it, Venus is the same size as Earth, and the distance is approximately 10 times the distance that the moon is. So that would put that puts the shadow at least the same size if you follow that mathematics, right? Just out of curiosity, right? If it works for one, it should work for both. Just putting that out there, sarcastically. Yeah.
No, I think it's spot on there. That's a you know what I mean? I'd like to hear what the explanation of that is. I mean, we've all seen Venus visible at night. In fact, I've got a diopter shot and an image of Venus nearly 4 hours after sunset, still above the horizon at about 14 degrees above the horizon. You know what I mean? The sun's been set for 4 hours. It's an inner planet. The Earth would have had to rotate towards the night time. So how the hell are we still seeing Venus when it's on the sun side?
Yeah. And you can see Venus with the naked eye and tell that it's in crescent, right? You can see that it's doing the same similar crescent and angles. The angles are the same. You know, the angle on the crescent of Venus is the same angle that you see on the moon, right? And so obviously the naked eye can see it, and yeah, it's just
I've got a video.
Yeah,
I've watched it quite a few times. Like caught the phases. It's better if you've got a camera, you want to catch the phases of Venus. The best time to do it is just at sundown. You literally pick up the actual phases of Venus straight away. When it's obviously gone dark and it's quite bright, you have to start messing about with the camera settings and put it onto manual. So it is quite difficult in the dark, but quite easy to catch during sundown.
Have you ever seen, in your observations, have you ever seen any other of the inner planets doing any phases at all?
I've never seen Mercury ever.
Yeah,
I've never seen Mercury ever.
It should, eh?
Mercury's supposed to be the size of our moon, though. Wasn't that supposed to be really super small, Mercury?
It's the same. So it's a little bit bigger than our moon in the heliocentric model. It's a little bit larger, yeah, than the moon.
Yeah, so that's probably the light would probably just wouldn't even. I don't think that would produce an effect. I think that's too far away there, according to their model. If it were closer to us, maybe, but Mercury being that tiny. Yeah.
But it's closer to the sun, so it actually should have more of a brilliant shine and a tighter phase, right?
Yeah.
It still should have a phase.
Yeah, actually, you would think about it just like putting your finger in front of a flashlight. If you flash your flashlight onto a wall and you touch the lens of the flashlight with your finger, that whole wall is going to be your finger's shadow. But if you touch your finger, to the wall, you're going to hardly have no shadow at all. It'll be the same size as your finger.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right.
That's
you're
what I'm
right.
saying, right.
That should cover up the whole Earth.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is a great point. That is a great point. That's why aren't we seeing an eclipse with Venus?
Yeah.
It's way closer. Yeah, it'd be like you being closer to the flashlight. Hold on, my kitty's being
Precisely.
No, you're not going outside.
With a whole lot bigger object, right? Yeah. Just saying. Yeah. Well, following their logic.
Right, guys. I'm gonna have to shoot. I've got to get up for work at 4:30 tomorrow morning, and it's getting on now. So I'm gonna have to love you and leave you.
Cool.
Hey,
Well,
Dave,
great talking to you.
before you go, you know what we have to do?
What's that?
We have a hug. The group has a hug because someone.
We have a group hug. Oh yeah.
Am I still sharing this screen because I can't see anything on my?
Yeah, you are. We've lost Mike Helmick.
Right. So how do I get this screen share off? I don't have to get the screen share off. But...
Hang on. Do the boys have to do this as well as the girls?
Thank you, Dave.
We can do it with knuckles.
Yeah.
Like just pretend you're wrapping the knuckles around, right? Here's
I've got
a
my
round
NASA
knuckle.
t-shirt on. Have you seen the NASA t-shirts? It's NASA Trappist 1. Do your Tetris, bro.
Dude. You Tetris.
Yeah.
Do we do hugs, don't you, Thomas?
Take care, Dave. Right, I'm gonna have to shoot. I'll give you a big hug. Thanks for having me, and I'll catch you again soon. Right, see you soon. Bye-bye. Cheers, guys.
Coming
No
on.
worries. Bye-bye.
My pleasure. Bye-bye.
All right, let me slightly change topic slightly a minute. I had a bit of back and forth with Brenda Van Hassen or whatever her name is this afternoon, and she was quoted, or I've got her quoted as saying, when asked by Haunted House about the crepuscular rays coming through the clouds, obviously they come through on angles, and it indicates that things close. And the answer she gave was that they're parallel, and I was like, what? And I stripped the info off. It might just be better if I play this. Is it okay if I play this? It's only like a 10-second clip. Karen.
Yeah, go for it.
So just so that you can hear it in context. That one. Let me just play this. This is what she actually says, right? And then we'll discuss it, okay? Just bear with me while I remember which one it is. Here we go.
How about crepuscular rays and how they break through the clouds and how they form an angle, and that angle of incidence would dictate that that's where the sun is, where those lines, rays meet.
Yeah. They're parallel.
They're parallel at a 45-degree angle.
Yes.
Wow.
You know what parallel means, right?
Yes, I do.
So that was the answer that she gave, and I obviously ripped it because it was worth having a go at her for, because it was funny. But she
that was hilarious.
But she actually
parallel triangles. Okay.
But she
I can see a triangle coming through the cloud. I don't understand the parallel. I don't see how you get that out of there. I mean,
well, get this though. She stood by her position when I challenged her. And
that's because you're attacking her core belief system. It's not about the fact. It's the fact that you're attacking her personal core belief system, and that automatically puts her defenses up. And she'll say Santa Claus and a space monkey did it or something. I mean, when people get their core beliefs challenged like that,
but get this
just jumps in.
Get this though. There was another ball earther that came on afterwards when she'd gone, and argued in her favor, saying that it was perspective. And I was like, "What do you want about?" And he's like, "It's perspective." And the example he gave was, if you stand at the bottom of a tall skyscraper and then look up, the tall skyscraper does appear to create the same effect that you look on the horizon with the train tracks. And I said, yeah, that's because you're stood looking up the perspective tunnel. But if you're looking across it from the side angle, that's not perspective of the thing that you're claiming is perspective. But then he gave this automated CAD design thing, and I'll be honest, it was persuasive, because he gave an explanation using CAD for how it might be the case. And I said, listen, I'm not saying that you're wrong, and I'm not saying I disagree with you, but I'm going to go away, reconsider my position, and I'll come back to you. But he actually gave an explanation for how it could be that these crepuscular rays could actually be parallel using perspective. But he applied it from the position that you are looking at the perspective rather than being part of the perspective. So he's looking at, imagine that you're on the hill and you're looking down at the crepuscular rays coming through the clouds, and you're looking at them and side on. I said, that's not perspective. I said, you are looking at the scenery, but perspective is you looking at the rays, not looking at the rays going up and down. I said, you have to be, the perspective doesn't apply when you're looking side across. Now, my question is, am I right that perspective would only apply if you were at the bottom of the ray and you were looking up the ray, and then all the other lines of rays that are coming through the clouds around you then would appear to be parallel because you're looking up the ray yourself, and all the other lines would appear to be parallel?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
But when you're looking through the lines from looking down the hill, or looking from the top of the hill looking down on the, because we all see the crepuscular rays usually when we're... But that's not perspective. But I don't know why he's wrong with his explanation, but why I know why I'm right, but I don't know why he's wrong when he did give an explanation that did seem plausible. And I was like, hang on, is he baffling me with science here? Because perspective is your perception of what you're looking at. It's not...
It would be just like a street lamp, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, you see your common street lamp. It creates, certain angles, and that angle cuts right up to the lamp. The same thing when I'm standing on a mountain and I look out over a lake and I see a cloud over there and that sun's, assuming I'm on the equator and it's spring, let's say, then I can be directly in line with that sun. Yeah, there's no way. He's absolutely, I would have to hear what he has to say, but I found enough evidence that really suggests that there's really not much sense in even wasting time with that, because it's kind of already understood. The sun is not 93 miles away, and those are not parallel lines. There's no question about this anymore. People just need to, it's not like we haven't presented the proof at one point or another. We've already presented the proof. They just don't want to look at it.
Yeah, agreed. I agree.
Crepuscular rays, most explanations try to explain them in straight line, linear thought, 2D, 2 dimensions. But crepuscular rays are actually, you're looking through a cone, right? It's actually a three-dimensional cone object. Yes. So if you're on the ground looking up through it and the light source is below, then you're going to see crepuscular rays spreading outward towards the top.
Yeah, which makes perfect sense, right?
Which makes perfect sense. And if you rise up, say in an airplane, and you're looking down on it, well, then you see the crepuscular rays going in the opposite direction. You'll see, you know, if you're between the light source and the shadow and or crepuscular rays, you'll see, you know, sometimes a round rainbow on the top of clouds, or the rays going in the opposite direction, because you're actually traveling through a cone, right? It's a cone of perspective in 3 dimensions, right? So that's where perspective is a little bit interesting problem to deal with. Yeah. But one thing you'll notice is we were talking earlier about how to triangulate the sun from the ground with a sextant and so forth, measuring the angles. Well, all you're measuring from the ground is the angle to where the sun appears to you in the sky relative to your position, and that's where it appears in that perspective cone, right? You'll end up with a approximate 45 to 52 degree angle every time, because that's how light refracts through air, period. Right? Rainbows do the same thing. Rainbows are 32 degrees to 52 degrees in that cone. But if you rise up in the air in an airplane and measure the sun above the atmosphere plane, right, where the air is and oxygen, any refractive medium, well, then your angles totally change, right? Because now your object is no longer coming through a refractive medium, period, right? And the sun becomes a pinpoint. You know, high altitude balloon launches and videos, the sun becomes a small pinpoint of light coming through something that's non-refractive, right?
So was I right to point out that the argument of perspective is only valid when you're looking at this perspective from your eyes, not when you're looking at it side on from the third person, i.e. objectively?
Correctly. That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. But he did give a plausible, scientific-seeming explanation, and I was like, "Shit, are you deliberately bamboozling me here with maths, or are you actually being sincere?" Because to argue that crepuscular rays that come through the clouds are parallel is crazy. But they both made it. Yeah, they both made it sound plausible, and I got to the point where I was questioning.
Question from Ranty Ran in the chat room. He says, "Why is the total eclipse only total over 50 miles according to science?"
Well, I think this year they're saying 70, but I don't understand why Mr. Thriving survived. I was getting that information from him. So I have no idea.
Yeah. Crepuscular
they
ray.
have a fancy way of explaining how you can get a smaller shadow out of something, but you know, and you guys were talking about that earlier, but I don't see how that's possible. I just don't. You can get a little 70-mile wide dot, a shadow on the ground from a moon that's 236,000 miles away, they say.
Just look at
see that.
You know, look at the clouds that it lights up on a cloudy night. Watch the moon in the clouds, like where it's light in the clouds.
Yeah, it's localized lighting.
Something to do to, you know, when we're talking crepuscular rays, we're talking also the refractive index of sunlight versus moonlight. So the crepuscular rays are implying that the sun is a point source of radiation, so they're not parallel as far as a straight line, right? They're from a point source radiating outward from that point source through a refractive medium. Now the light coming from the moonlight is polarized, and it does in fact travel in straight lines, which is why you don't see crepuscular rays coming from the moon to the extreme that we do with the sun. It's a totally different type of light source. The moon is polarized and the sun is not. The sun is refractive and the moon is straight line polarized light. That's why you get a nice halo around the moon, right? And it's a round circle because it's pretty much straight line light coming from the moon, and it's colder too because it's a different wavelength because it's refracted and reflected. It's totally different science applied to. You can't apply it to both objects. It's totally different. And the actual refraction index of polarized light from the moon is way different than that of the sun. The sun, kind of like I said, it has a refractive index between 32 degrees and 52 degrees, and it splits light from green to red, right, in that perspective all the time. That's why we get rainbows, right? And that's measurable, right? You can measure that refractive index within a degree, right? And that's the problem. You can't triangulate the sun from the ground, right? Because it's relative to where you're looking at it through that medium on an angle.
Just addressing Nathan Oakley in chat. If you can see my screen, Nathan, you can see that the lens cap for the P900 sits in the actual threaded part where you can actually, I don't know if you can see it on the camera, but that, oh, maybe you can see it, yeah. That edge that you see there, is threaded,
Yep.
and that's where your filter attaches to on the P900, and that's where your cap fits. So yeah, you can. And I don't have a filter just yet. I'll be getting one in the next day or two.
What's the price on them filters? You got any idea yet?
Yeah, they're about 30 quid, between 25 and 35 quid.
That should
They're all good.
Yeah. So I hope that kind of makes sense. Just to confirm. You kind of see what I'm saying, right?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Okay. What is now as far as I think we were discussing it actually before the show even started. Is it possible that the moon is not what's making the eclipse, and that there's another object that's coming between the sun and us, and that the moon's going to be in another portion of the sky? Is that a possibility on that day?
Well, there is another luminary up in well, I say luminary, the black moon known as Lilith, but it's in a completely different star sign. It's in a different part of the sky. So it could do it in theory, but in practice, it's not in the right place according to Raphael's book called The Ephemeris. The 2017 version tells us that the Lilith moon is elsewhere, but that doesn't mean there's not other bodies up there. And I actually heard
Rahu and Ketu, for instance, that's the point I was actually getting to. Is it a possibility that Rahu and Ketu could be involved in this eclipse?
Possibly. Listen, I had Dazza the cameraman on today on my Hangout, and he was saying that the Nibiru lot, there's like a big following for the Nibiru argument. They were all arguing that there's a red dwarf in our atmosphere that can affect the gravitational pull of the moon and all this kind of stuff. And I don't know whether there's any truth to that whatsoever. But I said to Dazza the cameraman, I said, listen, if we do not get the evidence that your model predicts, what other explanations are there that might explain why the evidence is missing? And he actually came up with the possibility of a red dwarf changing the gravitational pull of the moon. And I was like, no, that's not part of your model. That's not going to be an acceptable answer. He said, yeah, but what happens if there was one? I said, it's not part of your model. You can't allow something to be that's not part of your model to be part of your answer. I said, no. And he said, yeah, but there are people that honestly believe it. I said, maybe that's the case. But the reality is it's not part of your model, so we won't be accepting it. And he wasn't having it. He said, even though he doesn't accept that the red dwarf might be a possibility, he was basically saying that it is a possibility, and therefore that could explain why there wouldn't be the evidence. And I said, no, that's not acceptable. But Dazza the cameraman, I've challenged him. I've given him 24 hours to consider his position with regards to taking on the challenge, because I wouldn't mind his channel being removed. He's a dodgy little swine.
There's a little bit of feedback now.
Series has to be.
Okay.
Please mute yourself.
Just something while we're talking, you just briefly touched on gravitational constants and it being the cause of the tides and all that babble. It's another case of have the cake and eat it too, because if they claim that the moon is responsible for the tides and the relativity between it and the sun, they say that the sun causes the neap and rise tides, right? Spring tide, neap tide, right? So they're saying it's the moon and the sun that's causal, right? However, what about Venus and Mercury and so forth, which is in between the two, right? You would expect to see, since Venus is just a 10-to-1 ratio, exactly the same size as the Earth, 10 times out, the distance of the moon, and it's much larger. The distances you would almost expect to see a tidal rise and fall relative to Venus, because if you just do the math, it's just a 10-to-1 ratio. It's exactly the same size, 10 times the distance, right? So you can't. They like to have their cake and eat it too. How can the sun be causal and not Venus, and when it's the actual same size as the Earth? Right? There's no tidal shift due to Venus, or alignment between the moon and the Earth. If the two are lined up, then you would expect to see an increase in tidal pull because of those two objects being lined up with the center of gravity of the Earth. And all these things, just in my opinion, they just blow gravity right out of the water as being causal of anything, because there's no legs for that theory to stand on. It's a theory, right? And Einstein took it out of all of his theories. When he took and went to the electrodynamics of moving bodies, and he looked at Maxwell's equations, He removed all motion from the entire system and made it a reference frame to itself. And he removed all the spin, all the motion, and all that out of everything in order to try and prove, the equations out for the field theory, right? And then put it back in at the end, where when you look at how he actually structured that whole set of equations, it's just mind-boggling. That's pretty sleight of hand, I think, right?
Yeah, I mean, do you remember a couple of months ago when all the planets lined up in a perfect straight line across the night sky, and it was like, I think it was Venus on one side, and then Jupiter, Saturn, and our own moon were all lining up in a perfect line. And I don't know if anybody else had the same thought that I had, but I thought if everything lines up in a line like that, wouldn't that have some kind of serious gravitational issue? Because there would be
serious gravity.
Yeah, I mean, we're all pulling at each other. Shouldn't it cause some effect if gravitational fields were really a thing? Yet nothing happened, and it's like, is it just me, or is there like zero gravity there?
Oh, we've all seen we've all seen them try and prove gravity with their balls spinning around on that thing, and they just crash into each other.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? When you actually do the research on the gravity, it's the three-body problem, right? If you go to you can go to Wiki, you can go anywhere you want to go looking for it. And the proof is always to a center body like Earth, and then something rotating around it, and then they say, okay, well, that's how the gravitational pull happens. But they don't include the gravity from the third objects. With all three in motion, one is always locked, right? Because it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Gravity is location specific. It's medium specific. Actually, it's incoherent dielectric acceleration is what it actually is.
There's no such thing as gravity as an isolated force. It's a dielectric acceleration and deceleration based on polarity.
Exactly. Right. It's trying to return to inertia.
Exactly. Electric inertia. Yeah.
This is an electric creation, and I think that's, and that's another thing. We spend a lot of time discussing the nature of flat Earth, as far as its functions. But I think a lot of people are still overlooking. They're not getting the answers they're looking for because they're still looking at this creation as atomic, where you got these, giant bags of marbles, as Ken Wheeler likes to call it. And they're still looking at it from these virtual particles they keep creating. They're not, so when you come into flat Earth, my point is I think it's just as important that you need to study a little bit on, electrical field theory, or at least magnetism, and understand, because you need to understand the mechanics of this place. But that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I agree. You have to let go of gravity if you're going to get into the flat Earth and understand the dielectrics and magnetism and forces. And
you have to understand you're in a realm, you're in a system. This is not just random swirling chunks of dirt and gas, and that's not what this place is. This is, created, I think, intelligently created. And it's a magnetic system. So if you want to understand how this place is going to work, if you want to understand the true secrets of flat Earth, you need to study Tesla, all them guys that Ken likes to tell us about. But when you investigate flat Earth, include electrical theory with it. Your study isn't complete until you've done that. You got to learn about the ether.
The other thing that I try to keep in mind is as potential explanations for things is from that magnetic point of view, that that on a hot summer day and you're walking on the highway trying to hitch a ride through the desert, you'll see a mirage, coming off of the hot pavement or the sand or that type of thing. We know that when you heat an object to a certain degree, like a non-magnetic object, there's a phase it goes through, right? As you apply heat, it'll start to develop its own magnetic field until it gets too hot, and then that magnetic field collapses. But there's a little happy range there that the pavement itself becomes magnetic and is charged by the heat and the photons and everything falling on it, because it absorbs some of that magnetic field. As the photons enter the medium, it creates a magnetic field, and that's what causes that mirage, because it's actually bending the light in that little tiny plane of magnetic field is causing that silvery, wavy type of, part of its heat convection and cooling. But the general
We've
principle
already
is
proved light can be bent.
right. So that's the light being bent, and light can be bent through water, right? You take a, anybody can take a 2-liter jug of water, poke a hole in the side, and shine a flashlight through the other side and see the light appear in their hand, right? Because the light will follow the peripheral boundary of the water cone and appear in the.
That's kind of amazing, actually. Right. When I first saw that, I thought that was just the coolest thing. I'm like, watch this. This is cool. I couldn't believe, because when you're growing up, you're taught that light doesn't bend. Space is what's bending.
Yeah, that's completely backwards, right? Yeah, that's nuts.
Right. But space has no properties. How can something with no properties bend?
Yeah, that's more battle. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. When you get into it, you have to kind of think of, okay, well, if light can bend in a cone of water, and light can bend in a magnetic field, and this and that, and so we have to be open to the ideas that what we believe to be the sun, could simply be a focal point of magnetic energy focusing in a medium, and as the field itself travels, it takes that light with it, but the light is appearing as it moves within the field at a focal point.
Right, it's a rate of induction.
It's an inductive medium, right? And as that induction moves through the medium, well, it creates heat, and then the light's created, and so forth.
That's exactly it. At least from my understanding of how this place works.
Right. So you have to be kind of open to some different ideas, for sure. Yeah. And if it's a magnetic field, obviously it would have, it could have a change. It would actually have an effect on mass dielectric, because the focal point changes when you apply, apply electric charge. You increase mass, the more energy you input into an object, the mass increases relative to the amount of energy. Right, that's what mass is. Right. So.
Right. I got a question here, and I don't know the answer to this. It just popped in my head. I started thinking about it. I'm thinking, okay, imagine I live on the plane of inertia, and to one side of me I have my so-called North Pole, and on the other side I have my so-called South Pole. Now, in between them two poles, shouldn't I have it might be tiny, obviously, but shouldn't I have a point of inertia right there? Right, I mean, like dead center at the equator. Shouldn't there be some kind of strange anomaly happening out there at the equator? I mean,
it depends on the direction of the plane of inertia, right? If you're actually at the center of it, it depends on how it's orientated. Yeah.
Or do we actually exist in a bubble in that inertia? I don't know.
Well, if you think of the plane of inertia as the center vortex of like a tornado type of cone shape, right, a vortex, then the most calm area in any vortex where the pressure is, like the boundary, right, is kind of in the center of that, right? So it'd be reasonably stable of a vortex.
Right. Yeah, because in the dead center of everything, it doesn't exist, right? In the dead center. Dead center of inertia, there is nothing. Yeah.
That's the neutral zone, right? So you're in a neutral zone within a dielectric potential.
Exactly. So we're in the neutral zone. So let's be more specific.
Yeah.
We're in the neutral zone, in the plane of inertia between a North Pole and a South Pole, which is actually just rotation. There's actually only one pole, if I understand it correctly. It's just a different direction span from your perspective, but that makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's how I'm seeing it. Yeah, and then obviously they expand by Fibonacci, but they expand by the golden mean ratio of 1.618. Each toroid expands and actually changes its velocity. If you think of it as a six axis type of a gyroscope, right? They create harmonics, and that keeps everything balanced to that center, because one rotates one way, one rotates the other way, then they just keep flip-flopping as they move outward in like an E8 lattice type of idea, right? So you always stay in the middle, like on a gyroscopic type of balance.
Right, yeah, it's like you're on a gyroscope in the dead center of it, yeah.
In the dead center of it, yeah. So then the outside frame, which we would see as a celestial sphere, can actually rotate around, and we remain stationary in the middle, but everything else kind of goes around, and you're in the center of the gyroscope.
Yeah, that's how I'm picturing it in my brain. So I'm sitting here trying to picture this whole thing as you're talking, making it. They're like, yeah, that's exactly how it would go. My north pole would spin one way, my south pole would spin the other way, and I'd be dead center of that neutral point. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is.
Yep.
I had a good conversation with Rich Thrive and Survive the other day, and basically he was promoting and advocating the Pac-Man model, and I was like, "What evidence do you have that you accept that supports that position?" And he didn't really produce anything, so I respectfully disagreed with him that the Pac-Man model really can work, because I don't see how it works, and he didn't produce anything, so it didn't really advance his argument, so that I was able to accept.
That is a difficult thing to explain.
Yeah, and he didn't do a good enough job at it to be able to put a good argument forward that was capable of acceptance if it was to be true. So I concluded that I couldn't accept what he said to be credible. Therefore, on that basis, that he failed to produce it. Therefore, I couldn't accept it. Therefore, it was failed. But then he's come back to me since then, and he said, "I've got some questions for you." And to be fair, they're really good questions. He said, "If you don't accept the Pac-Man model, fine. But on the model that you believe to be true," and then these are the questions he asks: "What keeps the sun rotating in a circle above the Earth?" Does anybody have any answers?
Well, that's not really a fair question, because what keeps the sun circling on the AE map would be the same exact thing that keeps it going straight on the square map. So that's not even really a relevant question there.
Have you guys come across the Faraday's disc?
I haven't, no.
Well, the field itself, right? As the field itself moves, and the polarity and the focal point of that polarity shift moves, the sun is actually appearing where it appears, and it's the field itself that's moving, right? And the sun is more of an apparition than anything else. It burns. Obviously, it would burn hydrogen and its relative gases, noble gases, in that zone as it moves across, and be a ball of focal point.
Yeah. Well,
it's a charge point more so than I would think is a.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think everyone's still thinking that it's something of substance. And it's
well,
not.
even if it was a solid, let's go down that route. Let's pretend the sun is a solid object in the sky. We know what a light bulb is if you studied magnetic theory and electrical theory. It's nothing but a field. Like a guy standing in a pond, flapping his arms and making waves. That's what a light bulb does. It just flaps its arm and makes waves in the room. When the ether field is waving, we say it is illuminated. When it's not waving, we say it's in darkness. Well, okay, let's assume the sun is that. It's a giant light bulb. Well, light bulbs don't radiate photons because there's no such thing. Like I said, it's just causing the field to wave. So with that in mind, the sun, it would be hollow, just like a common light bulb. And the only weight that you would really have to it would be the outer shell and the filament that's inside of it. Which would mean that would be so light that, depending on its polarity, I don't see why it couldn't just float and or magnetically be pulled down the path that it does. It's probably magnetically pulled.
Well, get this then. This was my reaction. This is my answer I gave him back. Bear in mind, the question was, what keeps the sun rotating in a circle above the Earth? I said, I have absolutely no idea, but I know it's not gravity, though. I said, it looks like a Faraday's disc setup. Maybe a more complicated version of a Faraday's disc, like a more refined version where they make it, where it's able to do better than what we can make it do on Earth. Or it's in a state of equilibrium from a density over buoyancy position. It appears to be suspended in its own density. And that was the only answer I could give him, because I don't even know what makes it make a circle, but what appears to keep it in its position in the sky does appear to be buoyancy related. It's like, how else could it be explained other than...
If it's solid, yeah, it would have to be, that's probably why they're saying the sun is nothing but hydrogen and helium and stuff like that, because they're trying to explain. Well, yeah. Let me think about this now.
Well, if it was
can I walk you through a quick little model demo here real quick, maybe?
Yeah, go on.
Just where I'm at with my descriptions and modeling here.
Are you going to screen share? Because Karen may have to present it to everyone.
Yeah, I'll screen share.
Do your thing.
Doing my thing, yeah. I'm going to start from the outside in.
Karen, you need to... Right, okay.
Okay. Get this working here now. So we're going to have to use our imagination a little bit here too.
Hi, Mike. Mike's back.
So this will require just a bit of stretch of our imagination just to kind of get our heads around it. So we imagine that we're inside of a black hole, which actually isn't a black hole. It's the reverse of modern media. It's actually a white hole. And you have the event horizon on the outside, and it has a magnetic toroidal field. So all light that we perceive is coming in from this electromagnetic focus. And it has a toroidal field approximately like that. And I can turn off the, let me see, I'm going to turn off this little sphere in the middle here, universal sphere, just for a second. To show you that Venus travels on the north-south axis, Venus path, this is 3,900 and some odd points of light from Venus. And it's on this axis going through the toroid. And that's what we observe from the ground over thousands of years, right? Even this is, I think, 4 years worth of data showing observations. So I'm just going to turn off the Venus path here. Now that we've seen it, it's basically the fire of life. And as we zoom in to it, I'm going to turn off things as I go because it gets rather complex. But I'm going to hide the universal toroid and scale into the next one, so that the pressure zone within a magnetic toroid creates essentially an elongated type of focal point as the Milky Way universe. And everything we perceive is being caused by the light that's outside coming through the refractive magnetic medium and appearing to us on the inside. Now I'm going to try and actually jump in the camera here from the inside, looking out if I can. I'm having some clipping issues here, but as you zoom in on it, you can see that as I zoom, right? So we're starting on the outside, zooming in. We're busting through the medium of the superfluids and everything else that's causing light to appear in that semi-liquid medium through the magnetic field, and we're basically on the ground. Did it stop now? Oh, it got stuck. Yeah. I want to try to make this a quick one anyway, because I'm still working on the clipping on the camera here, but let me escape out of that. Highlight the sun torus here if I can. And I'll zoom down just so I can show you in wireframe. The sun has a magnetic field. So all that light on the outside is coming through, making stars and everything else appear and manifesting, potentially in actual solid and or liquid and or any object that magnetic field can create, which is pretty much everything. And the light comes down the funnel cone to us on the ground through our perspective. And essentially the point of where it appears to us from the ground looking up is at this focal point, right? And it actually has an effect on the ground of being focused approximately off the coast of West Africa where the southern Atlantic anomaly is. And when I rotated it independently on the z-axis, I believe it is, you'll see that it travels through a sine wave across the equator, creating an equatorial plane, and it just keeps rotating around and around and around. But as it rotates, obviously the focal point where you see it appear in the sky creates night and day and time and everything else. And it's always centered to the center of gravitational mass of the plane of inertia that we're on and in as a realm. And it drives, obviously, the wind through the sinusoidal wave of electrodynamics. I can turn off. This might work. It's not going to work very well. I was going to show you if you're actually on the ground. Yeah, it might work. So if I zoom down to the ground here and pretend that we're on the plane, looking out through, and I rotate the entire celestial plane. Let me get the camera looking up a little bit and just hide that. That's the magnetic field for the entire universe. Let me hide that. And I'll hide this one. Now we're going to pretend we're looking north. I'm just going to rotate the celestial dome or celestial sphere of stars on the y-axis. If I can, I'll have to make this a little bit smaller. This takes a bit of time to get your bearings about it, but zoom out. Okay, so this is what I'm going to rotate. So just kind of keep an eye on this center point down here where this little, everything kind of comes into this, pretend that's the North Star, essentially. And I rotate it on the y-axis, and you'll see that we get what we'd expect to see looking north, approximately. Big Dipper going through its phases. So there's the Big Dipper on the right-hand side. I'll see if I can zoom out a little bit, maybe, with the camera. Or zoom, make it a bit smaller. Let me take it down. Let me zoom back a little bit. There we go. That's better. All right, so we're looking up in the sky, rotating in the celestial sphere on the y-axis. You'll see that's pretty much what you would capture if you're doing a time-lapse photography looking north. And then if I rotate the camera looking, there's the moon. So if I rotate the camera looking east-west, the left-hand side of the celestial sphere and the right-hand side, and I rotate the celestial sphere in the same axis y, doing a counterclockwise rotation, which would be east to west. You'll see that now you get from the equator, it looks like it's coming to you straight on, and you're getting counter rotation in the north and south, which is what we observe going around us. And then obviously if I look south and rotate the whole thing on the y-axis again, you'll see it rotates the other way. Right, but I haven't changed the rotation. I'm still rotating counterclockwise relative to the north. So this is kind of where what I think is closest as I can get anyway in a model that kind of represents a flat plane reality. And I have Ceres' map in here too with the sphere. I can turn on that. I'm going to turn this one off. Let me turn that off. So that's the sinusoidal and flat plane 2 dimensions using Google data. So this is Google's map.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that sinusoidal. I like the sinusoidal and the Ayatollah projection myself. I like them both.
Right. Map here is one Ceres gave me with the digital data that came with all the elevation data from Google Earth servers and everything. And we noted that it was expanded 3 to 1. So the actual data that was in Google was 3 times what was actually shown, because they take all this in the north and south, they wrap it onto a ball and squash it into a single pixel. And Ceres can talk about that after if you need some more explanation of what's going on there. So we notice that focal point is now where the North Star would be in the electromagnetic field. And you look around to the south, and there's the south polarity and elevation differences as well. So yeah, so that's kind of how I see it kind of working out in the end from a magnetic. That's the moon, obviously. I just have it in there to play with, but of course the moon has its own toroidal field because it has its own polarity. So the moon, when I map that out, the distance, when you zoom out, the distance of this dimension that the moon is in this magnetic field, and the dimension of this is the 2 tropics. So the moon is locked into this. So if you imagine that the moon is going, over and around, but actually moving east to west, going above and then dropping underneath and coming back up, rise and fall. But as it does so, it's locked into this magnetic toroid. So it's actually doing a bit of a wax and wane back and forth because it's locked with one face on this, because being pulled here towards a positive pole, but it just kind of washes back and forth as it goes around this type of donut field, which is why you always see one plane facing us and it follows the equatorial line. So that's the way it maps out anyway. So what I'm trying to put into this model is only what we have evidence that it actually exists by pure observation. I also have let me see, the Milky Way plane. If I remember where I put it, I'm going to turn off the outside one here, outside, so I can see that, turn that off. You have to turn stuff on and off here as you're flopping around in here because there's just so much data in it. But, and the moon, where's the moon map? Right there. I might have had it underneath actually. So I can differentiate just to see how things work out. But it's basically modeled on all the observations of the Sun Moon group and 2 years worth of observations. So I'm scaling it up basically on these observations to show that the observers on the ground are actually, when they're watching the moon do its thing, is that they're actually, watching this sinusoidal wave, right? It's by pure observation. 360 cameras, everybody's looking in the same direction and it's doing a sine wave, like back and forth. And that would explain to me why we see an analemma in the sky. It does, sort of that figure eight. It's a bit bigger on the south, and tighter on the north, right? And it does a sine wave and a figure eight. So from the ground looking up through it, you see that figure eight, right? Because that's what it's actually kind of doing, is washing back and forth, right?
Right. Man, I'd be lost in all that data. I'll give you that, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can match my data with your data there, Chris.
Right.
And we can do that everywhere with a 360 camera.
Yeah, I've noticed some cool things too with this. I won't take the time to show you right now. Maybe I will another time. But Melanie, I can real quick. Let me see here. This is. Where is it here? Earth wave. Turn that off. Hit that one. Let me see. Turn that on off. It's a matter. You got to turn different maps and things because I map it.
Amazing, this bit.
I'm actually trying to map it here. Let me turn the moon map off and see if this will work. Yeah, it might work. I may have to move that down a bit. For some reason, when I move that down, I try to save it every time. Grab that on the Z. Down just a little bit because it's easier to see. So when we line up the center point 00, which is actual GPS location 0.0, which is kind of that point right there, to the 0.0 on the waveform map, which also lines up with the 0.0 of the South Atlantic anomaly and 0.0 on Google Earth. And you just toggle the Milky Way plane on and off. You can kind of see that it actually will map out. Even you can actually see the Philippine Islands in here, right? And this would be the south side of South America, because it looks, it's black in the sky, but it's raised mountains and polarity on the ground relative to this field. It's the identical map when you toggle it on and off. Let me try and get a little bit lower, maybe. Grab his head, bring it down just a bit. There. It's easier to see if you bring it a little bit closer. So basically, as above, so below type of idea, right? So here's imagine this is the Philippines, this is South America, this is the mountains coming through, this would be the Rocky Mountains going all the way up through Canada, all the way down in through, and this is the Philippines and China. There's a mountain range in China, and Australia would be down here somewhere. And you toggle on and off, and you can see that it lines up with just that plane of sinusoidal wave, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the flows match the field in the sky, right? There's actually a star here that kind of it's just, maybe that's coincidence, I'm not sure, but there's a star in the sky that matches an area where the storm tend to focus on the ground because of the vortex lines up with the star in the sky, right there.
I think I'll be I'll be referencing this timepiece in this video to give Richard something to think about, because I think he'd be like, "Whoa!" You'll have to watch it 2 or 3 times to get his head around it, I reckon.
It's interesting, yeah. If I take the, let me turn off this in the back here. Turn that off because it's kind of annoying. I'm gonna try and grab the moon here, and it's toroid, both at the same time. Grab the moon and the moon toroid. Hang on, moon toroid. I'm just going to rotate them on the y-axis just to show you that, as the magnetic field goes, it takes the whole moon with it, right? And of course, you have to imagine that the moon, I can't move 2 or 3 objects easy on different axes at the same time, but the moon would be washing back and forth in that, kind of a hose. Think of it as a hose, right? It's just flopping back and forth in the hose with one face on the side of our inertial plane, and as it moves, it just follows that dynamic. And from sidereal, right, if I rotate it, you can see that for the seasons, if I rotate on the X, so over the course of the year, it does a bit of this, right? It does a bit of that back and forth, traveling north south on the equator, from Cancer to to tropics, right? It just kind of wobbles a bit. So this is why I'm saying it from an electrical standpoint, as the negative pole, which would be, in this case, the one that the moon's locked into, north polarity, tends to drag the moon north, then we're going to see a temperature drop on the ground relative to that polarity shift.
If you ask me, you're sure.
That's kind of what I'm trying to get to.
Well, again,
I'm done anyway, but just to show you that
might have to represent it again.
All right, just a second here. I just want to show you that little bit last of the flop. So the flop rotate on the x-axis, the moon in its magnetic field, as it does a bit of an oscillation because it's gyroscopic, right? As it kind of just does a back and forth. As it tends to go north and gets locked into this north polarity, this is where I'm trying to see if the temperature change will be relative to a north bias in the system as a whole. Like all of it will tend to be more north polarity bias, and we should see a temperature drop in the north because now we got the focus north, which is the cold polarity. Yeah, so as it rotate on the y-axis, you can see it takes the moon with it, obviously, right? And it's a little bit off-centered. Like I've tried to off-center these to be within the limits of the globe model too, right? It's 5 degrees offset for the 5 degrees is not, it's still to the equator, 5 degrees offset, equatorial line. And when you rotate, I'll see if I can do it from the side just so you can see how it flops a little bit because it's not perfectly straight, and that's on purpose. Rotate on the Y. You'll see all these types of, you'll see how it does like a little bit of a tire that's out of balance as I rotate it faster, right? Right, so that's your phases of your moon too. Like when you, depends on how it's biased to one side or the other relative to the sunlight coming in on its own torus, right?
We have to explain that to other flat earthers. Wow, that's going to be hard.
Well, I know, right?
Flat Earth is not an easy subject.
No, it's not.
They think it's just a bunch of kooks running around and thinking a sailboat will fall off the earth. No, we are not superstitious people. Trust me, we are very scientific. This thing is huge.
The thing is, everybody thinks that if it was flat, it would be dead easy to prove. But in my experience, trying to prove curvature, virtually every experiment or every time I see somebody doing an experiment to try and prove it one way or the other, the results are always so close that you can't tell the difference. And even where they're not close, there's other explanations for it that conveniently negate it from the heliocentric side. Yet when you try and provide other explanations for stuff that goes favorably in the flat Earth model, they never allow it. So the reality is, it's really hard to get evidence that proves anything because they never accept it. They always try and discredit it. But if you take away prejudice and bias out of the equation altogether, it is really difficult to try and prove it one way or the other for yourself. Because the amount of times that I've got evidence that I've thought, shit, maybe it is a ball, and then I've had to redo it from a different perspective, different thinking deck, different thinking hat on, and I've realised that it's really difficult to prove it one way or the other, which is the reason why the debate is even here. Because if it was easy to work out that we live on a flat ball or if we live on a ball or a flat,
yeah, it would already be settled. We'd all have the perfect map and everything.
Exactly, there wouldn't even be a discussion. So it's not that easy to work out one way or the other, and anybody that hasn't done it, hasn't tried to do it. They've just watched too many videos on YouTube.
Yeah, I've seen videos for every conceivable map scenario situation, and I believe what I believe, but we don't know for absolute fact what's going on. I prefer, like I said, the sinusoidal and the ITOF projection. I disagree with the Gleason projection, but that's just from the information that I've been able to personally gather. I'm not some kind of super perfect scientist or anything like that. So yeah,
I disagree with the Gleason, and the reason I do that is because, it's fair to say that we maybe don't have what I would call, just to be clear in our terminology, a modern model, but historically there always kind of was a model, because an astrolabe has worked for 10,000 years, and they've had that mapped out, and it's still precise today to a second.
That's true.
So an astrolabe, we definitely do have a model of the celestial skies to the pinpoint accuracy relative to an observer on the ground that works, and that's kind of what I'm trying to base this off to. I'm going to go back and make sure that all those angles work out on the sinusoidal wave, and that's another attack on the heliocentric idea, is that for the last, say, 6,000 years of recorded history, the Big Dipper's always gone in a circle around Polaris. Polaris has always been the North Star. 6,000 years, you're shooting through space at 750,000 miles an hour, and the stars never change. Yeah.
The exact same stars.
And all you need to do to make it work, like I showed there, is all you need to do to make that work is, of course, reverse what you've been told and take the Z-axis and put it on the Y-axis, and take the X and put it, all you need to do is just take it from north-south and put it on a horizontal axis. And it works perfect, right? Right. So that's what we're trying to, it's hard to reverse back it up. And that's a real shame when I think about it, because, we used to teach, by the time you were 7 to 10 years old, you could build an astrolabe from scratch out of memory.
Yeah.
Right. It was that vital.
Yeah.
Right. Right. You should be able to do that, right? Just out of your head.
Well, if nothing else, even if we don't have the exact information, it still causes you're forced to actually use your brain, think, research, look into things, because there's so many different answers, and everyone has an explanation why they believe what they believe, and they all believe they're right, but here you are believing just the opposite. Well, I don't know, I just got lost in my train of thought. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't understand why. It still boggles my mind. Like, I don't understand. Well, I kind of do. In the school systems, everything has been completely reversed. And so if you want to try and back engineer it, you need to take everything you've been told in that system and just reverse it.
And to set up a system that big in reverse everything, that tells you these are not dumb people.
It takes some work. Yeah, it does.
Yeah. If you think the people who are at the top of the food chain here that are behind this whole ball Earth idea, these are not dumb people. Trust me, they got the best of the best. They got the best money, the best scientists. They're going to get the answers that they need to make their model work.
I see Mike's joined us again. Mike, come back there. Hello, Mike. You're back again.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, when you sinusoidal, I'm sorry, Karen. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was just saying you're back. Yay. You weren't speaking.
Oh,
Carry on.
Yeah. is that like kind of a diamond-looking map? What is it?
Yeah, the sinusoidal would be it is exactly okay on a ball. Your prime meridian going from the North Pole to South Pole at your prime meridian. That's always half of the distance of the equator. So that sinusoidal would be a diamond, but it's only half a diamond. If you understand, I mean half high. If you understand what I'm saying, and then
Pyramid,
it comes up.
Essentially,
right.
It's a pyramid. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And then now the standard sinusoidal has kind of a rounded equator because we know Capricorn and Cancer. We can check at timeanddate.com and see that the distances of Cancer and the distance of the Tropic of Capricorn are roughly the same, and both about somewhere in the neighborhood of about 5,000 miles shorter than the equator. So your equator has to extend out, and then since the Cancer and Capricorn are both shorter, that means you got an angle coming off that equator, and they bring it up into a perfect point at the North Pole and the South Pole. So the equator and Cancer, the eastern and western edges, those aren't necessarily pointed. Those can be curved, but that's according to square theory, though.
Okay, just asking. I mean,
Yeah, the thing is, if you take a sinusoidal wave, and obviously we know that if you take a sinusoidal wave and apply that to a cylinder, then you get an ellipse. And if you take that and you can do a projection to a sphere, and the sine wave will also be on the square, exactly the same thing. If you straighten it out into an equatorial straight line, east to west, all the angles, mass, distances, and degrees can be replicated in all three precisely the same. And only one of those represents, the physical plane. That's the trick to figuring it all out, right? And that's kind of what I'm trying to do it based on magnetic polarity. Because
that's what I wanted to ask, Chris, because the sinusoidal wave map in itself is just a funny shaped globe. It's really it's not a flat Earth. That's why I'm asking.
No, it would still be a perfectly flat projection. I mean, it would still be flat. It would just be a flat diamond. But like I said, with the north and not the north and the south, the east and the west sides, they're not quite pointed as much as the north and south poles are. Those are more curved at the equator, but yeah, it's almost like a perfect diamond. Only half as tall as it is wide.
And we can fit the UTM grid on this also?
Yes. See, because here's what we have to account for. Here's the thing. As you go up the ball, the circumference of that ball gets smaller and smaller as you get to the North Pole and as you get down to the South Pole. You have to account for that angle in your flat Earth map. And that angle we represented on the sinusoidal as going from the fact that the equator is the longest point, Tropic of Cancer is shorter, and then we can just draw a line from that point. We have 3 points right there. And then so I can draw a line from, say, the west point to Cancer to the North Pole. And that gives me my basic diamond.
Yeah, and I think what would happen is because it's based on the magnetism, the sine wave would, the way they're supposed to work. And also I think we would find that all the locations of a lot of the ancient sites would line up according to the meridian or the ley lines and focal points of the magnetic field that causes the tidal rises and falls local to a point. Right? You have to take it from a magnetic perspective and then bring it up from the ground up. And every time I tried to do that, I end up with a polar, like a 4 poles, a negative, positive, and as they enter into the ground, I can show you the actual map, but they do enter the ground on a cross shape where those inner parts of the donut enter into Russia, South America, just below Australia. And that seems to be the way it works out.
Do any of you have a flat map representation of this for people to see? I mean, something visual?
Showing it, wasn't he? I don't think you were on for that bit.
I don't have a way.
I mean, it's something simple.
The best thing I could say is, hold on here.
I mean,
I can show you something here.
Can't share. I don't know how to share. That's my thing.
Here, I'll try and share the model here again and just take some stuff out to make it easier to look at here.
Well, how much memory you got, Chris?
Oh, well, I'm just running what am I running here? Just a standard like a Apple notebook, right?
A lot of information you're running.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm running about 105.24 megabytes here in this memory use right now. Yeah.
I shut down my notebook several times trying to scale the heliocentric model to scale.
Yeah.
You want a little more mesh on that ball, and you hit the subdivision, and bam, that's it.
Yeah.
Yep. So then you have to kind of settle for the blocky looking ball.
Yeah. I don't think I got the magnetic field maps in here. I was looking for them.
Well, the only reason why I'm asking is we have a lot of people who want scriptural map only. And of course, that's going to have four ends, four corners, and north and south are going to be separate. There is a southern chamber of stars and a northern chamber of stars spinning counter on that map.
Yep.
And so, and you're trying to put a science to it, which is fine. I mean, that's great, good stuff. We're going to have to. In my position is, but we're also talking like, and we talked a little bit about this the other day, Chris, just for you people who are into scriptures and spiritual, we're looking at what God would call his above, or the realm of the spirit above. The star being not a magnetic entity, but a spiritual entity.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's not to say God does not use science or can't use science to, you know what I'm saying? It's of course he used science, because we can study molecules and we can and we can study periodic tables and make chemistry work. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I was just saying, literally, God is the very laws themselves: magnetism, electricity, dielectricity, the ether. That's literally, he's all that.
Right. And so, you know, and I don't want to freak Christians out, because, you know, when we talk about the other field theory, the quantum field theory, they kind of get freaked out because of astrophysics and quantum mechanics, of what they're using to manipulate matter and objects in the movies and things. You know, I don't want to freak Christians out with unified electromagnetic field theory either. But if God does have a science, we can put a science to this, then I'd like God to help us out and get that down. And then that's all I'm saying.
Tesla was swept under the carpet. Yeah, that's why Tesla was swept under the carpet. He was trying to expose all this, what we're just now figuring out. Tesla knew in the 1800s all this stuff about ether, electromagnetic universe, everything. So, but they kept him poor. They kept him, you know, pushed off in the corner. Then as soon as he died, they snatched up all his work. This is why. And now we're just getting to the point where we're finally being able to bring all this science of electricity back into the public mind again. This is the truth. We are in an electric universe. There's no question about that.
Okay, and the other qualm I have,
it has to be based on electric law.
Right, and even our bodies are electric. I mean, our motor wouldn't work without that.
Everything in creation is one of those three things: dielectricity, magnetism, or electricity. It's all just a mode of the ether. Everything is nothing more than a mode of the ether. It may be super, super complex, you know, field over field over field, variations of them fields, but everything is light, and light is nothing more than a disturbance in the ether. Tesla tried to tell us this. He said it himself. Everything is light, because it literally is. And light is a manifestation. It's a perturbance, and it's an agitation of the ether field. It's It's literally all ether. Grand unified theory has been discovered as just being kept pushed down, so no one knows it. They're promoting this whole Einstein way of thinking, where space can be bent and curved, even though space has no properties. Space as being something with properties. You know, that's kind of like trying to reify a shadow. You know, it's the same concept. You can't reify a shadow. You can't give, a shadow has no properties in itself. A shadow is the lack of something. In this case, light. But everything is light. Light is ether. And what we ignorantly call heaven or God or whatever, it is that ether. It is that counterspatial, outside of time, outside of space ether, from my opinion.
Right.
I'm not saying I'm always right. You know, I'm just saying that's my opinion on the subject.
Right. I have to present something that where God is actually a person, his son's a person, and the outside realm is the unseen realm because the heavens belong to him. Then he's spirit. The stars have names. Jesus said they are angels. And so I have to, because 80% of our flat Earth community are Christians. And
okay, here's an idea.
And so, a Dr. Seuss version of this would be great.
And
okay,
so
I
just
said
Mike,
this the last time. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say that, you know, I try to keep that in mind when I'm doing the science of it, and keep it relative to, so that it is applicable not only to scripture, but to the science as well, and try to bring it in so that there's, you know, obviously there's a reason and a method to it. And, you know, and the creator and God being the creator of all things, I mean, obviously if we weren't meant to have the science, then we wouldn't know how to do it anyway. So the thing that, when I look at the magnetic field map, I see the 4 poles here as essentially representing basically the 4 pillars upon which this plane is actually stationed and kept balanced in the you know, gyroscopic field. From South America to northern Russia is, I believe when I mapped it out, was the positive polarity. The longer one is the negative polarity, so it's slightly biased to the negative side of it here. And that would, because it's different of the 4 poles, that would give us the bit of a wobble. So it's not 100% stationary, but I mean it's locked where it's locked, but it does kind of move slightly, which gives us some, you know, some pretty high tides around the perimeter, and you know, that type of idea. It drives the tides. And I was going to try and show you the other magnetic field here. Where did I put it?
Now, Chris, does this represent the map, maybe, or what?
This would be your standard UTM.
This is just standard UTM map to a magnetic field. So I'm just trying to show that these circles in the center, one in Canada, one in South America, one in Russia, and one below Australia, represent the 4 poles, because it's a dipole field, right? It comes right down off the coast of Africa at 0.0 on the UTM map. And then when you conform this, take it out of the UTM format and conform it to a toroidal field, you end up with a sine wave. Our south axis runs the other, just slightly the other way. Right?
He's a circle earther.
Right.
So our maps probably don't look right to him.
Wave map here. If I turn this one off, right, you end up with a sine wave, because if you take
that's right there, what you're showing on your screen, that's your basic ITOF projection right there. Except I round off the top and the bottom.
Right.
Because I don't believe.
Yeah, I pulled this off of, I conformed this off of a website, because it actually has actual live data in it for the winds and the flows of the temperatures. Right. But in actuality, you would take the, and not have it there, but actually wrap it around. I haven't done that yet. But it would be more of a perimeter.
Yeah, that perimeter is going to be very difficult. That's our biggest obstacle right there. That's right there, that perimeter.
You're saying we have to bring an ice wall map back in, or, I mean, what are you saying, Chris?
No. There's still ice at the north and at the south, yeah, and there's probably miles and miles of ice wall. But on this particular model, the sun's traveling, like say in summer, it's going right along Cancer, perfectly straight, right along that equator. Now I know Gleason guys disagree with that, but because they don't like our Pac-Man explanations, but and I don't blame them. I'm not. You know what? I don't blame anyone that doesn't believe. I have the hardest time. I run my group on Facebook, and I have the most difficult time trying to present this square model because of that main reason. Everything in the square model matches any basic UTM military map or airport map. The problem comes in, how does movement happen? How does a man get in a sailboat and sail out the west side and all of a sudden be on the east side of the map? How do you explain that Pac-Man effect? That is our biggest downfall right there.
Yeah, and that's the reason why a lot of people struggle with it, because it is hard to conceptualize.
Yeah, that's exactly why they're more willing to cling to the Gleason map, because at least they have an explanation on how the luminaries could work and how a personal body and say a boat could actually circumnavigate the entire globe. They have a logical argument. I'm not arguing that.
Right.
And I fully agree that the Pac-Man is, okay, if you see his screen right now, imagine the prime meridian going down the dead center. Now everything, don't worry about north, south, east, and west. Worry about right side, left side. Everything on the right side goes to the left side, and everything on the left that leaves the left side appears on the right side. And then you might say, well, okay, how's that happening? You can't tell me things are teleporting. You mean when I get in a rowboat and I go out there, I'm teleporting? No. I don't know, this is only my suggestion. I think ether is the answer. Because ether is completely counterspatial. It doesn't take up space. That means space means area. Okay, I'll give you an example. Let's imagine the Earth is a perfect square, no ice walls, and you say, well, why doesn't the water flow off of your square map if you don't have anything holding it? Well, the problem is we are completely surrounded by ether. There is no area. There's no place for the water to flow to. There's no space. There's no magnetic activity. Without magnetism, there can be no space. So there's nothing there. So now my point is that let's say you go out the western side and all you're looking for is an explanation of how you go from western side to eastern side. Well, I suggest that both sides are connected by the ether. The ether does not take up space, so it's instantaneous. You don't even notice it. There literally is no space. It is literally connected by the ether itself. There's no time also, because you are literally in the dead center of time. You're literally in the dead center of space where those things don't exist. So I think the international date line, that's why that was created, is to give us that separation point. That's personal theory on the situation. I think it's because of the ether.
It's interesting when I look at some of the latest research coming out of UCLA and Cambridge and all the high-end physics laboratories, and the quantum gravity research group is getting millions of dollars of grants to do the study in E8 lattice work, and so forth, and they're all leaning. They're still hanging, but there's the holy grail that they're trying to chase is what they're calling quantum gravity. They're still trying to chase gravity, right, at a quantum center point, and to justify the whole D-wave quantum computing and this new reality that we're trying to be injected into.
I still want to see a graviton.
Yeah, of course, you have to think of it again. That's all reverse psychology, right? That's exactly the opposite. So we have to take it to the opposite and say, well, that's not exactly what is going on. However, if you map it to the electromagnetic fields, like I'm trying to do here, and show that the four pillars are the stable pillars upon which all creation is created, and the axis goes, north south on the Z, and all I've done was kind of just bring them closer together and put them on the toroid. So they're
Now,
dimensional.
on the from a biblical standpoint, do you think this would be the 4 points? Because Revelations in the Bible talks about that there's 4 corners and there's 4 angels, one on each corner, and they each hold.
Right.
They'll hold back a wind. It says. I'm assuming that this is the jet streams because there are 4 main.
The magnetic fields. The magnetic fields drive the ions in the air and the jet streams. They focus the light and they push the heat, and everything else is related to the electromagnetism in the plane based on these 4 pillar points. Right, and that's where I'm trying to map everything to a magnetic field grid so that it works properly in physics. Right.
Well, scripturally, the oxygen, the wind, or air that comes from the outside and travels circuits around, according to Ecclesiastes 1:6. You quoted Revelation 7:1, the angels holding back the 4 corners.
Yeah.
Everything's supplied from the outside from somewhere. Now, when you mention ether, you know, how are we going to get a hold of some of this and prove that it's real?
Okay, hold on. I got something for you. Just since you brought that up again, I brought this up the last time I was on this show. If you remember, what was it 1 John? I can't remember the exact verse, but the exact verse says, there are 3 who bear record in heaven: the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit. And these 3 are one. Now that's basically what the King James Bible's saying. Now here's how this applies to reality. These are conscious energies, keep in mind. The Father is a conscious, intelligent being. The Holy Ghost is intelligent and conscious, and so is the Word. Now here's how it applies electrically speaking. There are 3 who bear record in the ether: dielectricity, electricity, and magnetism. Anytime dielectricity interacts with magnetism, you get electricity. This is where the name Israel comes from. Isis, Ra, and El. Isis is magnetism. When you mix that with Ra, which is dielectricity, you get consciousness, or the sun, electricity. We tied into the scriptures, and the scriptures really are a giant book of science. It's not just some knuckle-dragging, superstitious caveman who wrote this.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to is, you know, Mike posed the question, where did we get some ether? Well, the ether was actually already proven by the Michelson-Morley experiment and the fact that no motion was ever found relative to light, which in reverse proves that ether is light. All is light. Ether is light. Light creates its own magnetic field, and light is energy.
Explain a magnet.
You know, and light.
Explain a magnet if there's no ether.
Right. You know, and like in scriptural terms, you know, it's, you know, I am the light, I am the way, no one gets to the Father except through me, to the light.
Exactly.
Right? And the
that
light
was
is
the sun.
That's the light is the light, and the light is conscious. Right? And light has consciousness. And we know that when light shines on water, it creates a memory in water itself. It transfers energy into the water in the form of crystal optics, and it'll pass through a rose and can generate a hyperdimensional rose in the water, and you can actually do it in 3D printing, right? And that's how I see it, kind of both being, it's the science and the scripture, and I look at the book as a science book. It's pure science, right?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, the problem is, here's what happened. Everyone at one time knew this stuff, but when this flood situation happened, societies were destroyed, they knew this was coming. They wrote down all this information in what we call holy scriptures, but they kept it to themselves. Then when they restarted the world, they have what's called religion, where they disseminate this piece of information and that piece of information. They just give you enough information to be a successful slave, while they, in their secret societies, hold all this stuff. If you go into any secret society, listen to Manly, Palmer, Hall, and all them guys, and they'll tell you, the first most important thing is magnetism. You can't explain magnetism without the ether. And the ether literally is heaven itself. The Father is dielectricity. The Word, which is the Son, is electricity. And the Holy Spirit is magnetism. It's all there. It lines up perfect with the scripture.
Yeah, it's
and like I said, all three of them are conscious.
well, it's always in threes, right? I mean, so I agree. Everything is always in threes. When we look at light and the path of photons and everything else, you have a negative wave. You know, in sinusoidal waves, you have a negative and a positive wave, right? Each is canceled out, and they're always equal opposites. And there's also the third element, which is neglected in most things, is the scalar wave, which the scalar wave translates into Birkeland currents, and Birkeland currents are the 90-degree parallel, and that's where the light on the waveform function tends to manifest. You know, on those points, those nodal points of 90 degrees, wherever that intersects in the cube. Right, because it's also a fourth-dimensional cube, and you have to just keep building it out. So it's not just a sine wave type of experience; it's also a fourth-dimensional cube.
Right, that ether's making it four-dimensional.
Right, it's the scalar waves, and that's the fourth dimension. And when you project the fourth dimension through light, you will get a three-dimensional object, and then vice versa. Take a three-dimensional object, and its shadow becomes two-dimensional. Right, and then the two-dimensional on the pixelated level becomes a one-dimensional object, and you just have to take it all the way up. And that's where I was getting to with this UCLA study. Is they're doing exactly the same science that we are at the same level. So we're right on the cutting edge of E8 lattice and gravitational photons, gravitons, and all that stuff. We're right on the edge of it. Right. So it's just, but we, from this perspective, are doing it in reverse. Right. I'm not going down that path of gravity that doesn't exist. Right.
Okay, so I mean, this all sounds interesting. Next question: is there in a way that one of you could do a video, Dr. Seuss version, that I can send to like Bob at Glowbusters? Because I mentioned this all to him. He is very into electromagnetics. He does have he is a ham operator. He has been in electronic fields for years. This is the stuff he likes. And so if we could get something that is presentable in a step-by-step build-up that we could present to him, I fully believe that he and both Jaron will listen.
Guys, if I can just interrupt, I'm going to step off because it's late for me now, and I'm up early tomorrow. So it's just ready for me. It's time for me to go. So I'm going to say thank you and good night.
Great chatting with you.
Yeah, man. And I'll catch you.
It's been a long day for you, hasn't it, Anthony?
Yeah. So today's Tuesday. So when do I see you next? Is it Thursday?
Thursday.
When?
Thursday.
Can someone say that? I didn't catch what she said.
Thursday.
Thursday. Yeah, no worries.
Come on.
That's fine. I could only, when you spoke, it was only picking up the syllable day. It was missing the first bit off.
Thursday.
All right. See you later, Anthony. Yeah, take care.
Good night, guys. Have fun.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
See you later, man.
Okay, back to the Dr. Seuss version. That's what I want, a Dr. Seuss version. And
well, you know what? Have you seen Free Energy's series? He's got like
yeah, I know Free Energy,
really,
but they
yeah,
don't
but he
accept.
doesn't really. Yeah,
He doesn't break
well.
down like that.
You guys are cutting each other off there. Okay, what? Mike here? Hang on.
As long as you understand Dr. Seuss version, I'm fine.
Right.
Because that's what the people need. What you showed me, Chris, and I see what you've done in Blender. I use Blender myself. This is far too complex for your average flat earther.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And some of your terms like dielectric and magnetic fields and it's all light. Well, that sounds all interesting in sci-fi, but it needs to be presented in a way another flat earther could explain it to somebody else.
Yeah, that's been our most difficult challenge. How do you explain something like that without a foundational knowledge of, in our case, electricity and magnetism? you really do have to have outside information. And that's why since Tesla, they pretty much destroyed the whole electrical field theory. There is no more electrical field research. Well, there is now. Dollard's out there bringing up the field. He's doing a lot of good work. But until now, this information just hasn't been there. So we don't even have, because right now all I can do is give ideas. I can't prove any of it. I don't know how to prove that, honestly, but the research says this is what it is. I don't know. I don't think there is such thing, as a simple Dr. Seuss version of this. It's,
Mike,
we need to.
Yeah. Are you pretty proficient, Mike, at actually doing animation?
So Stan's gone a bit quiet as well. Stan, what do you make of all this?
I'm just sat here chilling, watching, listening, taking it in.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Mike a question to see how proficient. Are you pretty good at doing? And do you have the memory to do just a basic animation, and we could kind of work together on something that's simpler that line it up together? Because I'm good at the modeling, but I'm not so good at the animation and putting in the screen, frames and all that stuff, and manipulating cameras, and I'm not into that. Right, I'm just not interested in it.
Right. Yeah.
I don't understand how to do any of that.
I did an animation for my last video, but it took over 6 hours to render 400 frames. So
yeah, that's why I don't do it. Yeah.
Yeah, and my son has a computer. He has the T80 NVIDIA card and 32 gigs of RAM. Maybe we put something together, or I find somebody to render for us. I don't know. Like I said, you guys understand this, so I know you could present it in a way that maybe makes sense on why something goes west to east and repeats.
Like I said, the only explanation for that would be Tesla's ether, that the ether field actually exists, and we have to be able to prove that ether exists. I give certain little examples, like the incommensurability that you'll find inside of a magnet. Like I said, you can't explain magnetism without understanding this ether science. If you can make magnetism easy to understand, and so you can understand what ether is, then you'll have your explanation. Again,
it's magnetism. I mean, that's what ether is just a magnetic field.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to get to here too is let me try it this way. So this is what Mike refers to as Dr. Seuss, right? It's the Dr. Seuss version this is the toroidal magnetic field of the sun, and it has a focal point above on this plane relative to us. But there is also a secondary focal point, because it's a magnetic field and it's balanced below at the same time. And when I rotate the field, right, you rotate that on the, what is it?
So the sun would just be a projection.
Right, so the sun comes into the east, rises and follows that sine wave, and you see it go east to west, right, and then it pops up again in the morning instantly. Right, it goes down one side, rises on the other, and comes up again. Right, it just depends on how the field rotates. Right, if you rotate it,
it's genius there. That's
right,
nice.
Right.
But we have to explain.
Right, so this focal point is what's changing. Right.
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 So yeah, that explains it perfectly for the sun. But again, when they're wanting to know if that man leaves, say, California, and he travels all the way to the western edge of the map, how in the world is he getting to the eastern side of that map? And I'm telling you, the answer is the ether. I can't explain it yet, but that's the answer. I lost my train of thought.
There's only two logical ways to do that. Is you have to conform the physical landmass so that you can fly, basically fly from LAX over to China and stay within the dimensional constructs of a UTM map overlaid over a sinusoidal, because you have to get rid of that gap. And the other counter explanation is you actually...
Sorry to interrupt, Chris, but you're not presenting... Oh, it's right. It's come up just as I interrupt. Look.
Yeah, if I zoom in, there's two ways to solve that problem that people will have problems with. And one is to do the sine wave and bring the north in enough so that you can actually travel and stay, because when you fly, you're flying relative to a magnetic field. All coordinates are relative to the field, and you fly from LAX and land in China. And the other way to do it is to go towards the UCLA thing, where reality is manifesting in front of you before your eyes based on the past and representing the future. As you know, that's where they're headed with it, right? It's a self-manifesting system, like you're inside a video game, and wherever you are, that's where it appears. Right? That's the philosophy that UCLA has taken, and the gravitational quantum physics people are taking at quantum gravity. Right? That's pretty high end, but that's going to be really hard for people to get their heads around, because that is, you're actually traveling kind of through time. Right? Wherever you are is where it appears. That's the philosophy behind that. Right?
I brought this up in the last show also, is I got this is not an original idea for me. It comes from the Emerald Tablets. And the idea was that time doesn't move at all. So here's an example. If time doesn't move, because time isn't real,
right?
Time is only a measurement of magnitude. When you see the sun going from the eastern wall to the western wall, you're not actually seeing the sun travel through space, because space isn't real either. You can't reify something that has no properties. What you were looking at, you're only seeing a slice of the sun depending on where you are located in time and space. As to what you are, a conscious being who travels from one event to the next event to the next event. I know that's also a very far out there idea, but I was just trying to bring up the idea that time doesn't actually move. It's not actually a particle. There's no such thing as a time wave.
No, time is just a construct of measurement relative to location in a coordinate system. That's all that is. Yeah. That's where.
Being counting.
Yeah.
There's no entity or. Yeah.
Location coordinates in a coordinate that's what time actually is, really. But I don't know how to, I'm still trying to get my head around how do you present those, because there's two basic concepts, right? You can do the sine wave and have a physical map where you can travel around and circumvent it and sail following a magnetic field. You'll end up in the right place if you follow the right, all that will work out. And there's the other aspect, which is the fourth dimensional UTM square, which is actually a cube reality, that when you go east to west, it just repeats, right? You end up repeating because that's where it's manifest to you in that reality.
It's where you are located in so-called time and space.
In so-called time and space, right? And that's where UCLA, like I said, UCLA and quantum research and all those, that's where they're going with it, is into an E8 lattice reality, where we are base reality in an infinite number of, that's way, way out. According to probability, that's what you end up with. There's a 1 to 1 billion chance that we are in the base reality, right? And it's just a computer game. But I'm not sure. I don't
along the whole path.
Well, the sun. Then you get into the whole. It's all holographic, and it's just holographic. Bother mapping it because it doesn't matter, because wherever you are is where it's going to be. Right? What's the point? Right. Right. So then
my best evidence to say is look at a magnet under a ferrocell, so you can actually see the magnetic field streams, and then compare what you see there with what you see outside in the sky at night. If you believe in the square model and you accept the North Pole and the South Pole as we square earthers do, then you understand why one pole spins one way and the North Pole, South Pole spins one way and the North Pole would spin the other way. That's how they say it is on the ball model. The square model would be the exact same way. It's still following the law of that torus.
Yeah, except the z-axis is now on the horizontal plane. Now that's all you got to do, right? Just yeah.
But there's no saying.
I don't know
our
if
models.
Maybe Mike. I don't know if Mike, if you know some good animators that recommend someone in your circle of folks that has a good animation, and I can provide them with images and whatnot. I'd be happy to work on a Dr. Zeus version that makes sense.
I was going to say Z Proxy, good at animating.
Z Proxy, maybe, yeah.
But he does 360 stuff, so you'd have to.
I'm believing God for a better computer. So
when do you need it done by the way? How long have you got to do it?
Do what?
To make this then, if you want a model, when has it got to be done by?
Well, no, I just know that Bob from Glowbusters, I have him on Skype. He's interested in this. Of course, you guys know how to probably get in contact with him too. I just think Free Energy he presents, you know, base reality of what it is, but he's very cryptic. And, you know, listening to Chris, and it's still cryptic. I mean, I understand the concepts, but maybe if we were to model it from the very beginning, where it starts, you know, like Chris is hiding layers, you know, kind of gave me an idea. You know, we'll just build up the layers to this thing and show how this works and show why Aether is a real substance in our reality. Then yeah, and also the comment about the sun, just part of the sun appearing. Yes, we do observe that. If you were to filter the sun, at times it'll appear very, very tiny to the observer. Other times when you filter the sun, it appears much larger. And this is all dependent on the observation of the observer. I can't tell that it's depending on the apparent distance of the sun. I can't tell that. Also, the light angle from the sun being measured from the clouds puts a light source approximately a mile away from the clouds, though the apparent sun appears to be much farther. So, you know, all these things have to be answered.
Oh, there's definitely lots of work that has to be done yet. Yeah, that's why we don't have a video out like that yet, because we're still trying to figure it out. Again, there's too much involved in this just yet. Once we have the complete picture, then we might be able to say, okay, here's your answer. But we're not ready to, because we can explain everything up to the Pac-Man effect. That's the only thing that is stopping us. And Ether is the answer to that. Here might be maybe this will help you understand Ether. It's an incommensurate system, and here's what's happening. If you grab two metal bars that look exactly alike, and you magnetize one of them, and you put them both under a microscope and look at them, you're not going to see a difference between either one of them magnets. You're not going to be able to say, well, this one's a magnetized and that one's not. Because magnetism itself, which exists in that object, is not in that, it's not physical at all. It doesn't take up space, but yet it's still there in an incommensurate system. What you call the block wall that separates the North Pole and the South Pole, that's just pressure mediation. But there's nothing physical. You can't go inside of a magnet and cut out that block wall, or that wall of domain, or whatever you want to call it, the plane of inertia. You can't cut that out, because the moment you cut your magnet in half, you immediately have two separate magnets, both with north poles and both with south poles, and both with new planes of inertia. That's showing you that there is an energy overlapping everything, and it has nothing to do with the matter. You're not going to see evidence of it in the magnet, but yet the magnetic properties, the radiation, because magnetism is a radiation, it's not an attraction like we think. You can see the evidence of it right there. So my answer is study magnetism, and you'll figure it out, or you'll get to where I'm at this point, which I don't really have it figured out, but that's the best way that's the best example I can give of how we can establish that the ether actually does exist. Wasn't it the Michelson-Morley? Wasn't that, who was it that failed to disprove the ether? They were trying to set up an experiment to disprove the ether, and they failed at it or something.
Yeah, and that was Michelson-Morley, and that was acknowledged by Einstein in his theory of moving bodies and thermodynamics as valid. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's been plenty of evidence. Maxwell, and my favorite, of course, Tesla, Steinmetz, Walter Russell, all these guys, they already laid down the foundation of ether and its science. It's just a matter of getting people to go and bring this information back into the public eye. It does get a little complex. I get lost all the time trying to figure out what's going on. I just get stunned when I'm listening to Eric Dollard, like, oh my God, what is he talking about now? But yeah, we just got to bring that science back up. That's why I say
that's the thing, right? That's the problem. It's a whole science. It's a holistic science. It's a natural science, and that's the problem. Is the natural science has now been lost, right? You've got to go back to that holistic natural science, which is almost alchemy, right? It's almost that basis of right back to the roots. And that's the problem. Is Victor Schauberger might be someone that I would recommend. Anybody that's ever read anything by Victor Schauberger and the water of life and energy and water, he lays that right out. I mean, if you can model something based on Victor's work, I think you'd have it also, right?
Yeah, so the information is there. It's just a matter of people being aware that the information is there. Most people, when you try to talk about Tesla's ether, they heard of Tesla, but they don't know the first thing about any of his science. They just know he was some really smart guy, and he was Einstein's opponent, and then Einstein won because Einstein was smarter. So, and they have no idea who Tesla really was. We're not taught any of that in school. All that stuff was withheld, but the information is there, and it's always been there. It's just our minds have been distracted from looking in there. We've been trained to look elsewhere. You don't need to do research. Just turn your television on, watch Fox News, drink a beer, maybe watch some NASCAR races, and everything's going to be just fine. They divert your attention, but the information's always been there. The ether, I can't tell you exactly the experiments to set up at this particular moment. I'm not prepared for that. How to prove the ether, but yeah, these guys that Steinmetz, Tesla, Walter Russell, all these guys, they already laid the entire thing out. The information is already there. You just got to go look for it. And that's until people understand that, they're not going to really truly understand how the flat earth is working. We are in an electric system. There's no getting around this. This is an electrical field. You're in a giant field.
Yeah. This question too for Mike. While we're talking about you had used the term cryptic a couple of times. My Christian history isn't that great. I mean, I was saying I'm scriptures, but I didn't go back to review. Wasn't there a certain sect of Christian that were referred to as crypto something or other? Are you familiar with that history, Mike?
No, I'm not. Basically, we focus on Roman Catholic Church and then Protestants. There was a sect of Christians that had branched off into alchemy, and there was those sects, and we even still have Freemasons today who attend church and get involved in alchemy. So.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember. I'll maybe do some research on it, but I think there was a certain sect that was referred to as crypto or Coptic, maybe Coptic or
Jews.
crypto.
I've heard that term before, but I can't.
Yeah.
Coptic. I think I've heard the name Coptic Jews. Let me Google it. I'll look and see what Coptic Jews.
But the whole basis of alchemy and Christianity.
Oh, it's called Crypto Judaism.
Crypto, yeah.
I'm sorry. Crypto Judaism. The Wikipedia basically write-up is Crypto Judaism is the secret adherent to Judaism. While I don't care. That's not important. But yeah, it does exist.
Yeah. I was trying to see where. What other sources you can actually draw from that are valid as far as some of the knowledge that's in those systems, and try to reform something that is good for multiple uses. I know there's a ton of information in the Rosicrucian type of text and so forth, when you look at that, it seems to be almost similar in the lines of thought that we end up going down when you follow just basic science. Right? They broke down a lot of that, and that's a whole study in itself. I've looked at some of that.
Yeah, it really is.
But I'm still trying to come up with a good way, a good way to come up with something that's like the Dr. Seuss version that takes, a bit from, say, Rosicrucian theology, Christian theology, the Islamic faith, and Chinese and Asian and South American, and say, all this is kind of, here's bits and pieces, and it's all similar, the same. What's similar amongst all of it, and form that in something that's tangible and relatable, right? That makes sense from an actual electromagnetic standpoint, right? Science.
So,
right?
Chris, I know a lot of people like the videos and stuff. I'm wondering if it would be worth like compiling a PDF of sources, like source information for people to go and do their own research from as well.
Yeah, I could try and do something like that.
Yeah.
Well, I could try and make something. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea because some people are mentioning some sources, and maybe even like a link to all of Tesla's work, a link to a number of the guys you had mentioned and recommended. That would probably be helpful.
Yeah, because I see that we're on like a cusp, right? I see it coming from three, maybe four angles all at the same time. Like I see, the electric universe philosophies and actual physical experiments that prove what we're saying is true. You have to look at it from the electric universe perspective, which has been buried. They keep burying that. They've actually banned it from Wikipedia. You can't even use the term on Wikipedia, but it has the most sound basis in science, and PhD professors. It's got, so much behind it scientifically, and it's been buried so deep you can't find it. So that needs to be brought to the forefront, right? And from one perspective, and then bring the flat plane existence into that reality and combine those two into one feasible type of resource, and it all has to come together, right? That's going to be the challenge, right? And still be scripturally accurate, right? With all the scriptures that apply, and so people have the freedom to choose their path and say, well, I want to apply this to this aspect of my life and faith, and you can take it in any direction you want and be across the board applicable, right?
Well,
non-secular, but
I'm going to be always strong scripturally biased, so that's my thing. And just like my videos on my channel, I do my best to break things down into easy, explainable terms. And this is why the thing with the sun and the shadow west east, it simply does and can work. And I did want to present to my subscribers at least something that they could not mathematically debunk with some of these smart globe earthers out there. That's why I did not want to present anything to them, even though, as you said, Chris, we probably could debunk it if we really scrunched the numbers down on it. Well, just give it to them. That's my philosophy, because I can't present it to somebody else where it's easily explained. And that's all where I'm getting at. I'm just trying to think about our flat Earth community comprises of observations, and that's why the flat Earth has gone viral like it has, because our observations are not matching the heliocentric model or the theories or ideas. And so now asking to get back into something that is not observable exactly, like electromagnetics, that's going to take a jump, and that's the only point I'm making here.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I mean, it's become glaringly obvious to me as well that there's just the basic fundamental root of scientific basis upon which the globe is built just doesn't have any foundation. So it's going to take some time to rebuild something that has a basis. Right? It needs a foundation. Right?
Yep. And that foundation is electrical field theory.
Yeah.
That is the very foundation.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Until you get that, you're not going to understand it. What you see under a Faro cell is exactly what we see when we look at the sky. But and it all does does tie into scriptures perfectly. Like I said, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one the same way. Magnetism, dielectricity, and electricity, and these three are one. They're just different modes of the ether. You know, it's all one, but yet it's three, just like the scriptures tell us. Scriptures, in my point of view, I believe scriptures to be true. I believe that God is true and is a real conscious being. I believe the Son is true. It is a real conscious being. I believe the Holy Ghost is real and a conscious being. And these three are one. And these three can be explained through the ether. And that's why ether science was kept down. Because they don't want you to be able to. Because once you prove that, you prove God. You prove intelligent design outside of time and space, or what we call time and space. Flat Earth utterly destroys evolution. But you have to understand how it destroys it. You know, it destroys it electrically. Electrical field theory destroys it absolutely. And once you understand that, you understand that there is an intelligent designer behind this whole thing.
So we go back to creator phobia again. Is that the problem we're having with these people? Creator phobia?
Well, here's the thing. Once you understand that there's an intelligent design, I'm not saying it's Yahweh or Allah. I'm not putting no name on this deed. But once you come to understand that there is an conscious intelligence outside of time and space, and that you are created, and that this very flat earth that we live on is created, you have no choice but to accept the fact that you are someone's creation, therefore you are subject to the Creator's judgment also. And people don't want to be judged. Because like Scripture said, thou shalt be like God, knowing good from evil. Well, you can't be like God if you got a God looking over your shoulder. So they had to make God disappear. And Tesla and all these other electrical field theory guys were on the verge of bringing all that information right back with the ether. Because the ether is heaven. Dielectricity is the Father. The Word is electricity, and the Holy Ghost is magnetism.
Okay. Now I want to bring up something that's not real related. Lately, we have been getting commercials. We had the Toyota commercial on Globebusters. They aired a Snickers commercial making fun of NASA and putting out in the people's minds that they're faking Mars, they're faking shots on the ISS. We're starting to get this out in the media, and in what I'm asking from both of you is that, let's say Scripture's true, and it is, and somebody wanted to come and say, I created all this. This is a flat type universe. It's holographic. How easy would it be to turn around the information we're giving and make it into a mechanical construct as what's being portrayed in many YouTube channels, the Earth being a simulation environment? How easy will that be to flip that around on us?
I don't know. What do you think, Chris?
I see that already being attempted, to be honest. When I look at the research group, the quantum research group, quantum gravity, that's why the race is on for quantum gravity. They're going to try and pin it on gravity and keep gravity that mysterious force that you know,
The G
that's where they're trying to.
square and compass.
The G and the square and compass, yeah. So as long as you focus and say that, you know, you have to say that gravity is just a process of dielectricity, etc., charge differential, and that all the energy comes from the outside, and what's beyond that periphery boundary in an electric field, which would be a Gaussian spherical type of light source of intelligent design and pure information, pure intelligence, creator, God, then I don't think they can twist it as long as you prevent them from enforcing gravity. Right? Gravity is the key to saying you just have to say no to gravity. Right?
Like it's a drug, just right. Say no.
Yeah, you got to say no. You got to say no to the big G, right? The big G in the compass. You got to say no to the big G in the encompassing gravity, gravitational center, blah 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 blah. I'd say no to that.
you would think after all this time they would have some kind of evidence. They're still arguing, well, is a graviton, is it a wave or is it a particle? What is it? They have nothing. The graviton has never been the input or output of any experiment ever. Ever. There's no proof of this thing.
No, the Cavendish, I mean, if we look at it just analytically, the Cavendish experiment of the 2 lead balls hanging from torsion rods on springs, blah, 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 viewed by telescopes over a year. The experiment has never been replicated, and the lead balls are magnetic anyway. So if the magnetic field, the balls would have moved, right? If the entire field moves, the balls move, right? That doesn't prove gravity at all. It just proves the motion of a magnetic field. So there's another experiment that actually proves that the ether is real, if in fact you could replicate it. You say, well, the magnetic field moves, and it moves the balls because these are magnets, right? You could hang 2 magnetic things in a vacuum chamber and watch them move, and if they move at all, then you know the ether is real, right? So I mean, I think from one aspect, it'd be good if we put our heads together as a group and say, what experiments can we physically do to back up the claims of that gravity isn't real, and reproduce an experiment that shows that it's simply a moving ether magnetic field, right? You need to develop the science from the ground up and bring that stuff back into mainstream slowly.
It's going to take a little bit. You're not just going to be able to watch one video and figure this out. You actually have to be a researcher. And you're going to have to go out yourself and get this information. All of us have to do this. We can share information, but right now our science is so new. I mean, it's not like we can go down to the local library and check out books, on electric flat earth theory. There is no such books. We're literally writing it now.
Well, you need to be careful with the movement as a whole, and avoid that flip, so they can flip it on you and say, okay, well, they'll accept flat earth theory and say, okay, well, we're going to accept everything you guys are saying. It's 100% true, etc. Blah, 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 blah. And then they just turn around and flip the switch and throw it into a holographic computer simulation reality where God no longer exists. There's no creator. It's all man-made. And transhumanism gets that kick that it's looking for, because it's just biting, frothing at the mouth, so to speak, or gnawing at the bit.
It sure is.
To get that foundation.
Transhuman movement's really going.
Right. It's AI, right? AI and transhumanism is coming. It's looking for something to get its teeth into.
Well,
and it's trying to sway us.
Absolutely. Right? We already have a bill in the House now that'll effectively do away with the idea of satellites. We have media running, poking fun at NASA now. It all seems like in fun and games, but in my experience, these things start slowly leaking out to acclimate the public into a different field thought or a different theory.
Yeah.
And we even have flat earthers now claiming that we live in a simulation or a simulated environment.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about any idea of a simulation, but I do know that it's intelligently designed, and the functionality of this place is literally the laws of the creator. I mean, if you're looking for the creator inside the creation, you're not going to see him. The creator's outside of it.
See, and that's what they're going to try and do. Like, I see that as a problem with the AI and the transhumanism movement is, once that takes hold, then you can actually have, simulated memory, projected into your mind through a medium of exchange with the neurons in your brain, and holographic projections inside your retinas that are coming through from the inside out, and you see it appear in front of you through a 3-dimensional field. I mean, all that technology is right there, right? It's right on that.
Oh yeah, we're
line.
right on the borderline.
Right.
We're literally on the borderline of Matrix.
Right. So that's what happens then. What happens then is that takes away the free will. To an extent, it takes away the free will, and it takes away the focus on, because now mankind is in control of the actual reality, right? That's the threat that brings. And I agree with Elon Musk. I mean, there's a couple of proponents there. I mean, you got the Facebook and the Elons and these types of people. And when I'm not a big fan of Elon, because I think he's kind of going down that path a little bit, but I think he's right when he says that AI, scares the daylights out of him, because that's the end of reality as far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
It's
Right,
almost
we're-
like they're trying to shove us into cyberspace.
They are. We're like months away from waking up to pet dragons and fairies in the morning. I mean, that's how close we are.
Oh yeah, in the cyber world.
Well, and I think part of the motivation to that. I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, part of the motivation to that is.
Chris, FPV might help with the animation.
Yeah. Okay, that'd be great. Yeah.
He said to talk to him.
I think yeah, that'd be cool. I thank him for that offer there too. I'd be part of the motivation of that. I think. I mean, this is just conjecture, but I think part of the motivation is because, you know, like Mike says, the media is starting to poke fun at NASA and stuff, and so the system's kind of breaking down, and they have to admit, at some point, they're going to have to admit that we can't get to Mars, we can't get back to the moon. It was all babble. We can't get into outer space because of Van Allen radiation belts. Our stuff melts down. We got nothing to take us to anything. However, we can sell you this virtual reality where you can go to Mars and the entire universe is infinite because we got AI and we can project it into your brain from the outside. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Right, and they're trying so.
Well, they've already done that, Chris.
Yeah, have they? Yeah.
Jet Propulsion Labs and Microsoft HoloLens have already done that. I got it on my channel. They set up a holographic version of Mars. You can walk on it. You can leave shadows. You can pick up things. And we had the NASA scientist there, Jeffrey, I forget his last name, but their claim was we can now go to places where our rovers have been. We can now actually experience these real life environments and understand them better as if we were there. And in that videos on my channel, we're already at that place there.
Yep.
And so we're not too far away from this. So.
What was the movie there with Schwarzenegger there where he went to Mars and split his head open and all that? Remember that movie? What was
that?
Total Recall.
Total Recall. Total Recall. Yeah, that's like a Total Recall type of thing. Yeah, yeah. I think we're there. I mean, obviously, and that's going to be. I don't know. I'm not so sure on that. That's just freaky, right? It's.
You know, here's an idea. This is an occult idea, actually, that says. When humanity starts the cycle, it started out as a spiritual entity, maybe with an etheric body. The whole world was etheric, let's say. Well, actually, no, let's start with the causal. And then suddenly the world becomes more solid. And then you have the astral, then it becomes a little bit more solid. Then you have the etheric, then it becomes a little bit more solid, and then you have this physical. And now it's almost like this AI is getting ready to take us in to the very next level, which would be cyber, what we call cyberspace. It's almost like we're becoming less and less spiritual and more mechanical. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I have no problems with that line of thought. No, I agree.
We already have the technology to, I mean, the whole Matrix idea of putting someone in a bed and just putting your brain into cyberspace, we already have that technology. It's just a matter of using it, I guess. And right now we're being programmed to accept that. Once that technology is released, the whole world just will be instantly enslaved. They'll make it sound like this is the coolest thing ever. Surrender your free will and come into our system. We'll give you the ride of your life. Just like the Total Recall thing.
Yeah, it's like Pinocchio in the movie Pinocchio, right? In the fairgrounds there where he goes into, and it's all materialistic. Make your dreams come true, and then your nose grows, and the black guys come and take him, turn him into a donkey, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, very interesting, everyone. I've got to run, and we can work on that. I guess probably we just need more information before we're able to get the Dr. Seuss model out. That'll be fine. We see where all this could be headed, so
there's still lots of research that has to be done. Tons of information still has to be uncovered.
Joined. Mike Helmick, Turquoise Dragon.
What's up, brother? Hey, everyone. Can you hear me?
Greetings.
Yeah, we can hear you. I got to run though, and so
Yeah.
All right.
Great listening
and
to you anyway.
take up with Turquoise Dragon. So it's been
Yeah,
a
no, I'm
pleasure.
gonna have to shoot as well, man. I'm getting done in now.
It's been a pleasure talking with all of you. I have some
Take care,
modeling to do.
Yeah. We'll
Yeah,
see
God
you
bless
hopefully
everyone.
soon, Mike.
Yeah,
Carry
take
on this
care.
conversation. Probably have to have another hangout before the eclipse, won't we? About the eclipse.
During the eclipse.
So
Yeah, it should be
Oh,
during
yeah.
the eclipse. Yeah, that way we can actually try to share footage of the eclipse if we can. And during the group, that would be cool.
Yeah.
How long is a complete eclipse take?
It's 5 hours, 20 minutes.
5 hours and 20 minutes?
The
That'd be
diameter,
lovely.
right?
That'd be lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be, I don't know if we can do a show that long.
Well, it's relative to your position, right? So you'll only see it last for 2.5 minutes or something, a full eclipse or something. But the total duration from point to point is 5 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, Mike's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to drop off as
Oh.
well.
Oh, well, I was going to do a hug. It's just that something in the chat room just caught me. I looked back and he'd gone. Thank you, Stan, for being on.
No worries. Cheers
Big
for having
hugs
me.
to you, Stan. Yay,
Thank you
big
very
hugs to Stan.
Cheers, everyone.
Did you enjoy that, Stan?
Yeah, it's always good. But yeah, no, we'll have to catch up. Definitely.
See you soon, man.
All right,
enjoy
then.
it.
Take care, Stan.
Right.
Thank you,
Speak soon.
Stan.
Thanks a lot. Take care.
Thanks, Stan. Bye.
Bye bye.
So yeah, I just wanted to throw a couple of images around. You're talking about Tauruses, and I saw the brilliant demonstration on, was it Blender? Do you know the Tauri and all that?
Yep.
Pretty amazing. I just had a couple of GIFs on my computer that I wanted to like show you. Maybe just kind of get maybe like a mental idea. Like it's hard to get people to visualize what you're trying to show unless they've kind of looked at all this converging vortexes of geometry. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So animations, I guess, are really, really helpful. And I've got a little one here. Basically, what's been gone through history is the yin yang, right? That's the duality of the universe, right? And it's some kind of harmony, like equilibrium, whatever you want to give it.
Are you sharing some images, Turquoise? Or?
I'm about to, yeah. It's just,
Okay.
just a little clip of this video, basically, just to get y'all an idea of.
Oh, yeah. I see it.
Yeah. So if you can see, like, that's like the 9. See the square develops from it. You're talking about how the square is inverse to the sine wave.
Yeah.
Pretty much how it's visualized. Yeah, I hope this helps. Just for those who haven't kind of seen it before. And there we go. Yeah, I'm done. As well as I sent a few images to Karen on Facebook. I don't know if you'd seen them before. They were the.
I haven't actually sent them to. Oh, I did. I think. Wait a minute, I did. Look.
You may have seen it before. It's just the minimum. It's labelled the universal minimum deviation setting based on some yantra in some Hindu cosmology, basically. Where there's one great sun or one great light that kind of is diffused through lenses and.
It's projected in here. Yeah, it's projected to our.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to show you it.
That's what I'm trying to explain, right? That's what I'm trying to say. You're inside of a ball of light, and it's all coming to your focal point.
I found this a while ago. It's kind of the best image I can get of it, but it's basically what got me thinking about how lenses work. What would the properties of a lens going through a conical kind of lens and a convex lens, a concave lens, convex on one side, concave on the other. There's different variables that I think we need to kind of understand a bit more before assuming where the sun is. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say, right? It's, you know, because the video you showed prior, right? If you imagine that we're in the vortex of the cone, and the light's coming in from the outside, it's spherical, coming through a spherical type of lens, but because we're in a vortex cone, then the layers that we're in, because they're pressurized, have more of an elliptical type of effect. So it's a lens coming through a lens into a pressure zone of electromagnetism, and we're in the neutral plane. And that is so difficult to try to animate and show people how it works, but I'll try and come up with something that works. But
sweet.
Maybe I can do it with just simulating some glass bubbles and glass balls in Blender and see, shine a point light into a glass ball and see how it refracts. Maybe that'll work. I'll try that versus a magnetic field
There's
model.
another image as well. Basically, how light works through like a sphere lens, right? So like a quartz lens or whatever. It's got some crazy properties. I'll find that image and
it should create a shadow at the center point. It should do pretty much anything. Yeah.
It converges and basically makes the a ratio like the pyramid, with the diameter of the circle, with the diameter of the sphere, and there's a pretty much the radius plus that's like 1 to 0.618. It's crazy.
That's what I was getting at, right? The 1.618 is a ratio, and if you shine a light through a sphere, you end up with a pyramid with the dimensions of Giza.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's refraction, and I think they knew it. Refraction, the angles of refraction of light through a sphere, is exactly the angles of refraction that you need to separate water into hydrogen and oxygen. It's the same refractive index, right? Electrically speaking. Yeah.
That's curious. I never knew that. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, you got an image there, Turquoise?
Yeah, dude. I need like a couple of days to sort my computer out. I just got like, so many images, but not too organized. You know what I mean? I'm just like, quick, spur of the moment, save it. I might need this later, and then go do my thing, and then I'm like, I'm sure I had that image somewhere. Where is it? Yeah, I'll be with you in a minute.
You know, it's difficult to explain to folks too, but if you take, you take a Fresnel lens, a 4-foot Fresnel lens from an old television, and shine the sun through it on a certain angle, and you find the focal point of that energy focal point, the heat generated at that focal point will melt through solid stone and turn it into glass in 35 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that's kind of what we see as our actual sun. I see it as the same type of process. It's refracting in a magnetic field because, when you think about it from a physics standpoint, we see it as light creating heat. Well, what's actually happening is the lens is focusing a magnetic field because photons are magnetic, right? And that is where the heat is coming from. It's the magnetic field focusing and interfering with itself that creates the heat, right? And we feel it as heat and radiation. It's microwave. When you're focusing microwave radiation to a magnetic focal point. And that's a different science philosophy altogether, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the ancients knew this stuff, like the inside of their backside of their hand or whatever, right?
Yeah, this was basic classical education. This is what classical education was back in the day.
Yeah.
It wasn't science.
Well, I mean, this type, it was common knowledge, right? It was taught to you as a child, and because your life depended on it, right?
Yeah, you grew up with this knowledge, and it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't until 500 years ago when Copernicus come through with his all Earth ideas that all that science just started getting suppressed.
Yeah, well, the system and the authoritarian started taking over the personal, right? It used to be that each person was responsible for their own life, their own destiny, and each person was a sovereign type of being, right? And then the state became responsible for children and educating them, and it all got lost. That's just my opinion. But
yeah, that's absolutely right. Well, at least from my point of view.
Yeah, did you find the image, Turquoise? Or?
Dude. No.
Still searching?
I found other ones for kind of filler for now, but yeah, I'll get to it. Oh man. Yeah, just light. It's all smoke and mirrors. For example, just refraction. Crazy illusions, you know what I mean? It could be going all the other way, but the lens could be making it look like it's going one way.
I think I might have that image that you're talking about too, where you shine a light through the sphere and you end up with the pyramid. I was trying to find it here too. But.
Yeah, I think it was.
The rate of induction for light's going to change too because it's going through glass and water. The medium's changing, so that's going to slow the light down, which is going to affect how bad. Because you're going to lose like just, I think 11% just going through the glass itself. Then it'll pick up its speed going through the water, and then it'll slow down again when it gets to the other side of the glass, and then pick up again and go back to the normal 186,000 miles per second. Well, how is it constantly picking up once it gets out? Like, say you shine a light through a basic prism, and you know as the light's going through this prism, it's slowing down by 11%. And then all of a sudden, once the light exits that glass, it picks up normal speed of light again. How is it picking it back up without the ether field?
Exactly, right.
Exactly. Because it's not a speed of light. It's a rate of induction, and the glass and the water change that rate. Slow it down.
Yeah, because C is not constant, right?
Exactly.
And that's another thing that's slowly starting to make mainstream, that they're slowly starting to admit that C is not constant. Therefore, you can't square C, which means E equals MC squared is completely debunked. It has no basis in physics, right? So they're going to be slow bringing that out, but they're going to have to bring it out eventually. But it's going to be slow.
Yeah. Either that, or they're just going to keep imagining more virtual particles to explain everything. Because every time you come up with a new virtual particle, you present a new mathematical problem that can only be solved with another virtual particle.
Virtual mathematical problem, yeah.
Yeah, next thing you know, you've got a huge system that you might call quantum, whatever you want to call it. But it's so much stuff in there that you can't, you'd be lost. It's just not reality, because nothing that they show in their model matches reality. They're making correct observations. I don't question any of their observations. I question their conclusions. And the conclusion that I'm seeing does not lead me to atomic physics. It leads me to electrical theory.
I'll just share my screen there too, with maybe help Turquoise out here a little bit real quick. If I can, let me cancel that.
Just as you say that, I thought I'd Google it, and I thought I'd Google it instead, because it's more reliable than my computer.
Yeah, what'd you find?
You can never find what you're looking for when you need it. But as soon as you don't need it, it'll be right there.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is a site I think I got it from originally. So this is the anatomy of spherical refraction.
Right.
So there's a light source coming from the south or whatever, and yeah, it's just crazy. You know, this is what people are trying to work out with the penumbra and all these other kind of extra. I don't know how to say it. Like, you know, pretty much if you look on the outside, the red of the rainbow is on the outside, but then on the inside it's on the inside because it inverts.
With the red, yeah. Yep.
And that makes sense why there's like the moon goes red during the eclipse.
I don't know. I haven't solved that mystery yet. I'm still researching that.
Yeah, I can talk to a little bit about that. Like the angle of refraction of light runs from 32 degrees to 52 degrees, and the pyramids themselves were built essentially the redshift which would be 51 point whatever degrees, the angle of the pyramid. So it's pretty clear to me that the pyramids are built based on the refractive index of light, which leads to the separation of hydrogen and oxygen in the atmosphere, because that's what actually charges the entire system, is the electromagnetism.
Isn't it? It's
right.
Phyllotaxis, mitosis.
I don't think there's any
kind of same thing.
Yeah. It's all the same thing, yeah. Yeah. Electrolysis, photosynthesis in plants, right? It's all the same. Yeah, there you go. That's the one I was looking for. Maybe you could share that link in the sidebar.
I will, yes. It's like 137.5 thing that's to do with the phyllotaxis and stuff. But that's what I thought the square and compass the Masons were hinting at, because you've got 90 degrees plus maybe 100. It'd be 2. What would it be? 40, 50, yeah, 54. Never mind. But yeah, just if it wasn't set at 60 degrees. That's what I'm thinking. Right. But yeah, I'll put this link in the chat.
Maybe go back one image there. If you went, where'd it go? Is it that image? Yeah, there's the beard right on the Egyptian Sphinx and so forth. The beard with the arch. Yeah.
See that point in the center here? That's that 0 point in your model, isn't it? Where it kind of
it is,
flips
right.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to actually animate in a magnetic field. So the 0 point is actually below the surface, and that where you see the red at the bottom there in the center is the circle, and the focal point is coming from the top, right? Yep. Yeah.
It's almost like the pentagram as well.
And we're on the plane, right? We're on, where we see it appear to us is on this center plane. You see, for me, light, actually, light itself manifests matter, in my opinion, right? It comes in from the outside, comes through the sun, focuses actually below our plane of reference and below us, because it's water, dimagnetism, water, crystal, hydrogen, oxygen, separated by its atomic mass. But when the light enters the system from the plane on the outside, it's coming not down through where we are, because it doesn't fry us alive, right? There's not that much energy coming down through the top, but it comes in through the outside, part of that refractive index, and creates matter underneath of us as it's being pushed up through the vortex, and that's what's pushing the continents apart and causing continental shift, and everything's kind of sliding outwards at a reasonably constant rate, because as the fracture zones, where like the hydrothermal vents and the heat and the ring of fire and all that is kind of manifest on those fracture zones, when the cracks form, they're filled back in, right? So that means matter is coming in from the outside, right? The system is growing from the outside. And that's really hard to get your head around as well, but that's what the science shows, right? If you take any theodolite position point, station point, GPS point, it shows it's all growing. It's getting bigger, right? Right.
Yeah. Well, it's got a stage of expansion, well, decompression and compression.
Oh.
Yeah, it does. It goes through that cycle of compression, decompression. Yeah, I think that's why we're headed into that downward slope, right? As we cool, it's going to contract, and that's going to create pressure. So we're going to see a lot of weird stuff happening, I think. Yeah. It will feel the strain, for sure. What did you have there, Turquoise? You had something pulled up there?
You're going to put something else?
I've destroyed it. I don't know where it's gone.
Going to present something then?
I'll do 1 second, yeah. I'll just leave you with this, but this is it just got my mind thinking, when you see something, you see it in a different form, or you see it like in a 3D version. This is the Sri Yantra, or the super triangle. You can see it's made by made by a cube.
The super triangle.
Yeah, you've seen
So
this.
is that a 4D cube that's rotating and on an axis?
It's hard to get your head around, right? If you can imagine it as a cube led, they're made by triangles, not cubes. Because if you chopped it lengthways, you get cubes.
Yeah.
You get squares, a square-based pyramid, wouldn't you? If you kept chopping it and chopping it and chopping it.
Yeah, and you keep seeing the Star of David, and that the Star of David is the exact. Actually, the Star of David literally is the magnetic. When you see what a magnetic field actually looks like,
yeah,
in that system.
Yeah, but that's really trippy.
It's kind of curious. But the problem is you can't make a true tetrahedron or a 4D cube and present it three-dimensionally. It's almost impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is
Well, that's what the flower of life's for, surely. Sorry, that's all I ever see when I draw the flower of life is the tesseract, basically the 4D square. I know you can't necessarily get the triangle version that Turquoise is showing there, but
And the 4D square that goes right, that taps into the whole worship of Saturn and cubism and the black cube and all that too.
And Minecraft.
well, that's the thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier too, right? If there's something this is gaining ground. It's called the quantum gravity research, and it's the home of emergence theory, right? So they're going down that path of emerging from a geometric E8 lattice using triangles. And, yeah. So I've shown this is their web homepage or whatever.
QuantumGravityResearch.org.
Yeah, and you can see how that's their homepage, and they got the spinning. It's basically a sphere made out of triangles that's spinning. Right?
That looks interesting.
Yeah.
Not sure what to make of it.
Sorry, I moved the picture.
Well, there's a whole you can read up on their theory here. They're trying to actually prove consciousness through geometric forms and consciousness, the golden ratio in nature.
I think the secret of discovering consciousness is going to be through studying electricity. I think consciousness is electricity. I can't prove that.
Yeah.
But that's what it's turning out to be, is that, consciousness and electricity are basically the same thing.
Yeah, and that's what this group here, they're the exact opposite. They're still trying to go down the quantum gravity, right? So they're trying to avoid the electric connection. And
again, the exact opposite of reality.
Exact opposite. Yeah. But what's interesting is all their mathematics. I mean, if you're into the math, the triangles, and the golden ratio, mean, and its appearance in nature and Fibonacci sequence, everything up to a certain point is 100% accurate, right? And then it just flips the switch and goes over to the other side of gravitational constant and no more outside influence, right? It still tries to focus that as centered perspective rather than outside coming in. There's a switch point, so as long as you know where that switch point is, the rest of it's pretty accurate. Yeah.
Again, correct observations, incorrect conclusions is all it is.
Yeah, I'll stop sharing that there. Just thought I'd let you know about that if you want to go check it out.
Yeah, I look kind of curious.
I know that Turquoise Dragon hasn't been on very long, but it is actually getting on for 1:30 now. I just wondered whether we should round up for tonight, really, and have everybody just say what they feel about this evening, because that'll take 10-15 minutes.
Well, sounds good to me. Maybe I'll go real quick first and say thank you to everybody in the chat, and thanks to all in the chat. Thanks to our previous guests, and had a great chat with everybody and thoroughly enjoyed it. It was a great session and lots of research. And
You enjoyed that, Chris?
Yep, it was very good. Yep. So onwards and upwards. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the show myself. It was a great show, I thought. Everyone got to express their ideas. We had some round ideas. We had some square ideas. We considered all the evidence. I thought it was a great show. And for last thing that I would leave this with this is study magnetism. It plays a huge role. Or study the ether. Uncover what the ether is, and it'll open up your understanding of flat Earth. But thanks you guys for having me. I enjoyed talking to all of you guys.
Oh, Thomas, I know you've been on for rather a long time because you came on well before the hangout, but in a minute when we do actually go, we talk for a few minutes afterwards. Are you going to stay for a little bit afterwards?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, just check in. And then Turquoise Dragon is showing us something.
Yeah, just, some of my drawings that was kind of showing the unicursal hexagram in it, as well as I think it's the Pythagorean. What's the word? Tesseract. I can't even read it.
Tesseract, yeah.
It's spelled different than I've read it before. But yeah.
A hypercube. You call it a hypercube, a tesseract. Saturn's time cube.
Yeah, you see the cube in it. But I can imagine this from like, yeah, like if it's got 3 walls, but it's got a 3D cube, almost like if you get a cube, a dice, and you take, what would it be, 3 sides from it. So you've got like a shell, like a, do you know what I mean? You're looking inside the cube. So I should imagine that's how I look at it. You're looking inside it. It's got walls, but then I want to make it. It's 3D.
Maybe we can, because I know you haven't been on that long, have you? So maybe we can talk about that in a minute on the after bit.
Yeah.
I think we're round up for the actual live show now. Series, you've been very quiet today.
Yeah, pretty downloading in the sense of all the talk and new research and new data, and I don't know. Nothing to add, just to eat and to digest. Yeah,
okay. Dee, do you want to say anything? I think series is almost finished now. Dee, do you want to say anything?
No, I was kind of jumped in at the end myself, so I've missed most of it. But yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, chat's been okay. I mean, it does seem like there was a bit of an earlier instance, but hopefully I'll be there next time, so I'll catch it early on.
Thank you, Dee. Anyway, we come back now because we're going to have our final group hug of the evening. Turquoise Dragon, or do you prefer not to show yourself?
I don't hug. No.
No.
I'm in the dark here, so I'm sending a virtual one. I'm in the dark. There you go.
Everybody, thank you so much for watching, everybody. We will be back on Thursday. We have Mark Sargent, we have Oliver Ludlow, we have Anthony Riley again. Who else is there? I think I've missed someone out. Oh, we have, yes, I'm going to say, we have Dave Murphy, allegedly Dave as well. I think that's everybody. Thursday, and then Santos has agreed to come on Friday night. So, ways to go, guys. It's been brilliant so far this week. I think we've had a really good week so far. I've really enjoyed this week, and it's real research, live researching with a lovely bunch of people on the panel and our lovely chat room and everybody watching. So we will be back 9 o'clock on Thursday. Much. Goodbye, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Goodbye.